We're going to start out doing energy circulation. I'm going to teach you about hard and soft. I've been thinking about this carefully, and I don't mind teaching this, but Paul's asked me about iron shirt. And the only difficulty, I've been thinking a lot about this because I think about what I'm going to teach actually. The problem with iron shirt is that I'm trying to get you guys to learn how to relax. And if I teach you how to do the iron shirt, we're never going to get there at all, okay? Because here's the dilemma. Let me borrow you. If he and I are fighting, okay, and I come to him and I do this, you probably can't see, but he just locked up. He did pretty well on this side, but he just locked this arm up, okay? If he comes to, I need that for time. If Paul comes to me and he's punching at me and he punches at my face here, he'll tell you, I don't tense up. If he grabs me, he'll tell you what that feels like, all right? Okay, what's it feel like?
Nothing. Feels like I'm swimming.
Right. So, if I teach you the iron shirt, and he hits me, and I do that, well, now you're tense and you're not going to move, okay? I can teach you how to do that, but, so what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you that maybe a year from now. But we are going to work on...
We'll hold you to that.
No, seriously, I do want to teach you. What I'm going to teach you today is circulation of energy. There's another thing that's done that's similar to the iron shirt, but it's a little different than that. When you learn how to do Tai Chi, you learn how to do this, and then you learn how to do this. And you let go, you learn how to do this. And you let go, you learn how to do this, okay? That development actually comes from the inside. What I'm going to teach you is how to tense your muscles from the inside out, which is really a health benefit thing, but that's also how the iron shirt works. But I don't want to teach you to do this type of thing because I'm trying to teach you. Here's what. Let me borrow you, Bill. Bill can take a fall. I'm just going to take you down step. If Bill comes to me and he does a technique and I do this, all right, he has to relax. If he comes at me, I'll just I don't care what you do. Okay, watch. You see how he just goes with this? Well, do the same. Okay, watch. If I do this, he'll tell you right now he's just locked his entire back. Okay? So you can't do that because you get hurt a number of times. In other words, like I'm holding him. If I do that to Bill, watch what Bill does. And this is because he knows how to relax. If I do this to him, you see how? Now I know that sounds silly, but you got to relax to do that. If you do it, and I'm not being critical on Jeff, by the way, but if you do what Jeff did and you do this, you're not relaxed. I'm trying to get you guys to relax. I truly am. So I'm not going to teach you something that's going to go against what we're doing, but I'm going to teach you something that will help you, and after a point, it'll actually work into that exercise later on. Does that make sense? Because I want you to know why I'm doing what I'm doing. Now, the other reason I brought this book, I get a kick out of this. Be Enlightened, a guidebook to the Tao Te Ching and Taoist meditation. Your 6-month journey to spiritual enlightenment. It's actually,
shit, if I'd have known that, why didn't you tell me about this book 25 years ago?
well, first off, it was just published 2010. That's the first
Get in with a different camera in there? Get over here.
Yeah, that's all right.
But everything we do, and if you guys have questions about this, and I hate talking, I'd rather be doing stuff, but I got to give you some background real quick. The reason why I teach what I teach, and the reason why we do what we do, and the reason why I emphasize the soft stuff, it's all Taoist, okay? What that means is it comes from these principles, and the principles, I'm going to read them to you in a minute, and then we'll actually do some work. So, all Chinese martial arts that are called internal come from these principles, all of them. Okay, let me read you something, and you'll understand why they come from these principles. This is verse 16 of the Tao Te Ching. Let yourself become quiet and empty. Watch the thoughts grow in your mind and disappear into stillness. In this way, you return to your roots, recover your life, and find both truth and reality. If you try to act without knowing the truth, you're bound to run into trouble. When you know the truth, your life will open up, you will experience heaven on earth and become enlightened. This is how you lose yourself in emptiness and find yourself in reality. There's another very famous verse, it's verse 22. This is the one that all Chinese martial artists will cite. Bow down and you will survive. Be flexible and you will stay unbroken. Empty yourself and you will be full. Lose your identity and you will become new. Give up what you know and find the truth. Lose your logic and understand everything. Abandon your self-image and become enlightened. Forget thoughts of right and wrong and become fulfilled. Forget what others think of you and become worthwhile. Stop trying to impress others and become transcendent. Become enlightened and lead others to enlightenment. You cannot fail if you do not contend. The ancient wisdom is right when it says, bow down and you will survive. Bow down and you will survive refers to a fable about bamboo. In a forest stands a tall tree growing next to a skinny stalk of bamboo. The bamboo was so weak that it could be bent over by a child. One year the storms came, blew so strongly they tore the earth apart. The strong tree was nearly torn from the earth by the force of the storm. But when morning came, the skinny bamboo stood straight and unharmed. Because the bamboo was bent over by the wind, it could not be uprooted. Empty your mind, lose your sense of self, and become enlightened. There's another verse in here that talks about when you're dead, you're stiff, and when you're alive, you're soft. Those are the concepts, guys. That's why we do what we do. It comes from this stuff, and the reason why it's so important, let me borrow your bell. The reason it's so important, even for no matter who it is, if it's no matter who the opponent is, in this case, he will be as soft as I am. If Bill attacks me, we'll just do this stuff. If Bill attacks me, he's soft too, because if I move, see how he, now let's say he comes back at me, okay? See, as I move with this, let's say I start moving him here, you notice what he does? That was good, do it again. What does he do? He yields, okay? Now, the difference is, I'll do the hard stuff. Let's say he comes to me, and I do, see what happens? All right? Because the moment I get hard, okay, continue. See what occurs? All right? What you're trying to do, and both people, actually you should try to be soft. So let's say he comes to me, all right? As I move with him, let's say he comes to me again, all right, he comes again. There we go. All right, you see how that is? Okay? Now, both people need to be soft. If I fight him and I'm like that, see what happens? Because I'm stuck in the movement. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. You see how he responds? You can't do that if you're tight. You can't do it if you're stiff. It just won't work. So, does that make sense why we're doing what we're doing? Okay, good, good. Do you have any questions about that? I know part of it's philosophical, but there's a real logic to why that's done. Okay, good. Sure, please.
Sifu, I had a question with when you were working with Sensei Jeff, and you observed that he became stiff as he was going down. That's, frankly speaking, that's because it seems to, by nature, we tend to tense up if we find ourselves falling or racing. But you seem to be saying if in fact you do fall, if you're falling, you should just simply flow with that or roll with
let's
that.
think about this way. It's an excellent question.
Right.
Let's think about this way. It's okay. When
Limbo.
first off, every behavior all of us do is learned. All behavior is learned. Now, when you say it seems natural, it isn't. It's a learned behavior. All behavior is learned.
drive or the flash?
Flash.
Adam could probably talk to that, but we're not going to have Adam
Okay.
because he's more schooled on this. But I'm also professionally a psychotherapist, so my background is psychology, psychiatry from other stuff. But anyways, the point of it is that all behavior is learned. And what all the so-called internal stuff like Tai Chi, Xingyi, and Bakwa, what they're trying to teach you is just another way to be, another way to exist. Just like all our psychological stuff is also learned behavior. You have people that believe today that they should go out and kill other people in the name of God. That's learned behavior. Then you have other people that think everyone should believe in Christ. That's a learned behavior. That's not, all that's learned behavior. You have people like me that are Buddhists and Taoists. It's all learned behavior. So everything is learned behavior. What you're trying to do with all of this is learn a different behavior. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And you really are trying to learn a different behavior. I'm not saying, and Bill will back me up on this, it's not easy to learn new behavior.
6 months, Joe.
I'm going to kid around with Bill for a minute. When did you and I start working together? What year?
1984.
1984. How long has it taken you to learn how to get relaxed to the point you are today?
I haven't learned to be relaxed yet, so I'm still working on it.
I have a question. Are we trying to learn to be relaxed, or are we trying to unlearn being tense?
Here's the thing. What you guys are trying to do is to learn how to do everything with the minimal amount of muscular tension necessary to achieve what you want to do. First off, you can't not have muscular tension. In other words, like, there's no such thing as being totally relaxed, because if you're totally relaxed, you're going to collapse on the ground. You have to have some physical tension to stand up. You're trying to learn how to minimize that. So if Bill comes to me, all right, and I go to block him, I can do it this way, or I can do it that way, or I can do it this way, all right? If he comes to me with a strike, all right, I can do this, or he comes to me with a strike, I can do that, okay? That's the good one. He comes at me with a strike, I
We
can
all
do
learned
this,
that one.
okay? So if he comes to me, all right, as I move with this, all right, this is all learned, and he'll tell you, when I touch him here, he barely feels them, okay? That's all learned. I started out in Shotokan Karate. I don't know if you noticed my knuckle, but I studied harder systems than you guys. And that's what we used to do. We used to hit makwararas like 500 times a day to build a stupid callus up because you get arthritis when you're my age. But I came from an extremely hard system. I didn't start getting into soft systems for about 14 years. So you have to learn how to let go of everything. And you are correct. What you're doing is you're trying to, that's why I was kind of kidding you guys about not doing the iron shirt, because that's just going to get you even worse. So let's do, there's two things I want to do with this session. One, I want you to get a real good understanding of energy circulation. This is from a Taoist perspective. And I can guarantee you, if you practice this, it'll take you a little longer than 6 months, but if you do this, you will definitely feel the energy flowing. This is why I want you to do this. So we're going to take the stance that you guys all know about, which is this, okay? And when you do this, I'd like your elbows down, I'd like your butt over your heels. This isn't a wide stance, okay? This is a Shaolin. We're going to do Wudang, which is the mountain that Taiji supposedly started on, which I don't believe. Anyways, so the stance is like this. Normally it looks like this. The reason I don't want you to do this is that you will hold it up with your shoulders. If you do it with this, after a point, your shoulders will collapse. I'm sorry, your shoulders will, you won't be able to hold up by your shoulders any longer. Okay. What I want you to do is a very simple meditation. When you breathe in, I want you to think from here. There's a acupuncture point by your ass, actually, anus. And what you're going to do is think of breathing in here, pulling, draw the breath up to the top of the head. As you exhale, then it comes down in the center and goes down to the groin. So as you're doing this, the circulation is, as you inhale, you pull up from the back and you draw up. Don't think of pulling up, think of drawing it up. Well, it's the same thing. Think of coming over the top of the head. When it comes to the top acupuncture point, which is the center of the head, then think about coming down with this. So as you inhale, and I'm going to give you 2 words. These are secret words, but I'm going to give them to you. You probably heard me say this. Hen, you draw up on hen, and exhale and hop. So it's, as you inhale, it comes up. As you exhale, it goes out. I'm sorry, it goes down. The reason I want you to do this is after a point, you'll feel the circuit. This is called a microcosmic circuit. There's another circuit that's used that goes into the legs, but we'll go into that later on. Probably not today. So, what I want you to do is stand, empty out, let go of the shoulders, but hold the hands up, And then from here, I want you to inhale with your breath. Hen, you can say it silently, hen as it goes up, and it goes through all the inhalation, and the exhalation is ha all the way down. So let's try that for a few moments to get you used to it. And you'll actually be able to feel that after a while. It takes a little time, but after a point you can actually feel this whole circuit going around. So let's try that first. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we start, do you have any questions about the explanation? Okay, begin. So. I literally could do this the rest of the day, but you might get a little bored, so let's get to the next thing, because I want you guys to learn stuff today. As you can tell, it's a very simple exercise. I will tell you, in my experience, which is a little bit, I have almost 50 years of martial arts, there have been probably 3 major influences that have gotten me to understand what I understand. Tai Chi is one of them, Bagua is another, and the standing, I learned this very late on doing martial arts, although it's in a lot of systems. This is very, 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 very important. If you do nothing else, the rest of your life, just do the standing. I'm serious. This is absolutely very powerful. Unfortunately, to get it to where it really starts showing some benefit, you really do have to stand for half an hour to an hour. And I realize people probably won't do that, but it's a very powerful device. And I'm telling you, the reason it's so powerful is that it encompasses all the essence of what you're trying to do in the martial arts. I know that sounds a little strange, but it really truly does. Very good exercise, very powerful exercise. Let us talk about another form of meditation, which is energy stuff. There's many. There's all kinds of Qigong stuff, all right? There truly is. Some of the advanced stuff is called pore breathing. And literally what you do is, I'm not going to have you stand like this, but literally what you do when you stand like this is that you imagine that when you inhale, every pore in your body is getting energy into it. And when you exhale, you don't exhale out of your body. You exhale as you inhale, you think about all this energy going through every pore in your body, going into the marrow of your bones. As you exhale, you think of every pore in your body getting energy, but it doesn't go out, but it goes from the inside, and you'll see why this is important when we do the next set of exercises, and it goes from the inside out, all right? So you're literally getting this energy through your entire being, in your brain, your skull, your neck, all the way through your body. This is a really interesting meditation, and it takes a long time to feel all your pores breathing. I know that sounds a little weird, but you do it the way I would suggest you try it, and we're going to do it in a minute. You start with areas, like, in other words, you might start with just your arms to your elbow. You might start with your legs up to your knees or whatever. But the more you do it, the more you'll start feeling how this energy fills you. And what occurs, I don't know if you can tell, but you see how my veins pop up here? That's because of the energy. If you do this correctly, after a point, your arms will swell. And what happens is they get taut. See how the palm starts getting discolored? And you get these veins popping up here. See how the hands are discolored? That's because the energy is flowing through you and it's expanding, okay? And your arms will actually feel taut. They'll feel taut. You'll feel this. And you're not doing anything except standing, doing these meditations. Okay, so I'm going to have you stand again, real quick. See, unfortunately, the Taoist stuff is this passive and uninteresting, but that's okay. What I want you to do, take, picture whatever you like. Picture your head, picture, because I'm going to give you one other meditation before we do the other stuff. Picture your head, or picture from your fingertips down to your elbow, and then just try to feel as you inhale. It's different than the last one. You're just inhaling through the pores now. And what you're doing is you're going into the bone, into the center of all your bones throughout your area that you're focusing on. So you're trying to literally go into the center of your bones with the inhalation. And if you want, think of a white light. Taoism uses a gold light a lot and a white light. Gold light is the highest form of light in a sense in Taoism. Think of a gold light going into all your pores, and I know that's almost impossible to conceive, but try it anyways. And just relax, and as you inhale, try to, if you have to make up feeling it going inside. When you exhale, make it up if you have to, feeling the energy flowing through you, but not going out of your skin, it stays within you. So let's do that for a few moments. Relax for a minute, because there's more material I want to give you. I have a tendency to probably teach too much material. I know that's one of the things I do wrong. But there's other stuff I want to give you in a minute. Okay, do you have any, do you see my hand? Can you see my hands, guys? Can you see it? Come here. Can you see it? It's over there. That's just from doing this stuff. See how the veins are popping? See how swelled this is? Make sense? This is just energy. That's all you're doing. You're just creating it. That's really cool. You know, no, I'm not telling you the whole thought. It's really nice being outside.
It is.
Oh my gosh, I was just
A
realizing.
little bit of breeze blowing.
God, I love this more than working downstairs in the basement.
Get all this
Serious,
energy from the water
energy.
and the trees.
I was feeling everything flowing. I mean, this is great. Just keep buying those lotto tickets. Yeah, this is nice.
I'm going to get this place willed to me, so. Just come up here every week.
Okay, I want to give you a Tibetan Buddhist meditation that helps with energy. It's a little different than the Taoist stuff.
We're just
The
trying to
most
keep this out of
powerful
the sun.
areas is the third eye, excuse me, the heart center, and the Dantian center. In fact, in Taoist martial arts, they only use this area, this area, and this area as their, they call them the three Dantians, and they're middle of the eye, the heart, and the groin area. Unlike other systems, like there's some systems that have 7, some systems that have 24, There's these major energy centers in the body, and different systems use them in different ways. Anyways, the next meditation is that when you inhale, you do Om here, then you do Ah, then you do Om, H-U-M. This is O-M, A-H, H-U-M. In Tibetan it's H-U-N-G, but it's neither here nor there. So when you inhale, you're going to inhale and say Om, then you exhale. You inhale and say Ah, you exhale, then you inhale and say Om down here in this area. It's 2 inches below your navel. The third eye is a very important thing both in Western esoteric stuff and in Eastern stuff. This is a very powerful thing. In the East, they think that this is why you're telepathic. They think this is why you're clairvoyant. This is very powerful. The heart is believed symbolically to be the area that's filled with compassion. In the East, this is very, very, very important. In Tibetan Buddhism, if you don't have compassion, you might as well forget being a Buddhist. But this is very important. This area is your energy level. It always will be, it always is. Although we're not going to talk about this today, there's a whole area called Tantra. It all originates with sex and all this other fun stuff, but we're not talking about that. And we're not going to go into that up here. But later on, if you have an interest, we can talk about it. So, you have those areas. So, the reason why they're important is that this is where you pick up how the universe is, this is where you get in tune with the universe, and this is where your energy comes from. Does that make sense? Very important, guys. It really, truly is. Your energy actually starts from down here. It always will, it always does. This area is important because if you're not compassionate, then you're not, in a sense, able to merge with the world around you. And here, if you understand these two areas, this allows you to know how to interact with the universe. So they all come together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. If I go over stuff and you have questions, please ask, because these are all kind of important things, and I know I'm giving them to you quickly, and I know they're esoteric, and everyone likes to think they understand this stuff. But if you have a question, even later on, just ask, because these are all very important things. So, what you're going to do, I'm going to have you stand again. And when you inhale, I want you to focus totally on this middle eye area. And when you focus, do your breathing to here. Literally do it to here. After you've exhaled and you do your next inhalation, focus on your heart area in the center of your body where your heart is. Your heart's just a little left of your
Sternum.
Sternum. Yes, I'm hitting it and I can't think of the word. Sternum. And focus here with your breathing. Then focus on the dantian, which is your lower area, when you breathe there and exhale there. Okay, let's begin. So it's Om, Ah, Hom. That's all it is. So really focus both with the vibration and the breathing in those areas when you do it.
Question.
Yes.
When you're thinking of these areas, are you thinking breathing in, like coming in this way and out? And
No,
what is-
that's a good question, actually. I've been doing this so long that I forget that stuff. No, that's a good question. What you want to do is, on the inhale, do it from inside. In other words,
Okay.
when you breathe in, no, it's a good question. When you breathe in, bring the breathing from the inside to the area. And as you do that, bring the vibration with it. So in other words, like, as you inhale, and you're doing this area, you would go Om, and you'd vibrate and breathe to the area at the same time.
So you're
Same-
still coming from the back?
No,
over?
no,
Okay.
this is just breathing from the
Okay.
inside. That's another exercise.
Okay.
The first one we did was Taoist. This is Tibetan Buddhist. It's from the nose. I'm glad you're bringing this up. It's from, actually, you only breathe through the nose. And you go inside and you bring the air, the focus, with the vibration to it. It doesn't go out. It stays right there and it vibrates in that area. So what you're doing, two things. What you're doing is the air is like chi or energy, and you're bringing more energy to that area. And because you're focusing on that area, this goes back to a Taoist idea that chi goes where your intent is. Well, that's what you're doing. You're bringing more energy to that area. The vibration allows, excuse me, Om is supposedly the primal vibration of the universe in Indian thought and some other thought. So you bring that powerful vibration to this area. Then you're doing the same thing with Ah. Ah is a sacred sound that's common in every religion all over the world. Even in Christianity, Amen, Abba, which is the Aramaic, God, the Aramaic for father. Everything has this Ah in it, including Tibetan, Taoist, Sufi, Allah, Al. So that's a very powerful vibration. Hum is the transfiguration of home. So they're all very powerful. And you're bringing them inside and you come to the center with the vibration and the energy. That's actually a really good question too. I'm sorry I didn't say that originally. Stuff I forget. Be reminded sometimes. Okay. Anything else? Any other questions on this? Okay. One of the ways you can use this, let me borrow it. Paul comes to me, okay? I don't care. Okay? As he comes to me, all right? My energy, watch how I move. Okay? Now, I'm not going to go on his leg hard, but I would be pinning him here. If he were foolish enough to try to hit me with something, and usually people try to kick or whatever, okay, as he does that, watch. Okay? Now, do you notice how forceful my movements are? He comes to me again, okay? You see how this is here? Right? He'll tell you, I'm very gentle with him. He just can't move.
This is locked.
Now, the way you use this is that when you relax, you have your body relaxed, you breathe in, and as the person comes, you're just empty. You're not doing anything. I'm not fighting him right now. Let's say he goes to grab me or whatever. Okay, as he does, okay? Now, the other thing that you saw or didn't see, you notice how my movement's continuous. He'll tell you I don't stop him. It's very hard to do. You can only do it if you relax. If he comes to me, and my first move's like this, and he makes another move to me, and I don't make it continuous, he can recover. Okay? So everything has to be fluid. That's what you're doing with your energy. Your energy is always flowing. Your energy is always continuous. Does that make sense? Yes. So you have a psychological component as well as a physiological component. Does that make sense?
Do you ever,
So, yeah.
do
No,
you ever
please.
reverse it? Is that like stopping it? Like if you reverse a movement?
No, if
Or
you're
you just,
reversing,
like,
it's still continuous. But that's a good question.
Okay.
No, that's a good question. If he comes to me and I'm here and I go like this, and let's say he does something like that, I do this, it's still continuous. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And going back to learned behavior, we would tend to want to grab and muscle, and,
Oh, of course.
as opposed to flowing, as you
Sure,
said.
absolutely.
The moment we muscle, that's the moment we're in trouble.
Yeah, that's, if he comes to me and he does it, let's say, All right, now, see how locked he is? Okay. As he's locked, he'll tell you what I'm going to do. But see, he'll fly. Because what occurs is when he's locked like that, the softer I am, he's going to fly. He's just going to fly. And that's because he's tense. And I'm not opposing him.
So you have something to work with.
Yes.
You have my tense body to.
Right. You know what? That's good. That's good. If Paul doesn't do that, if he stays relaxed and I stay relaxed, I don't have anything to work with because he's not giving me anything. Does it make sense to you?
Yes.
This is kind of important. I'm sorry. This is important. If you have two people that are empty and relaxed, they're probably not going to fight. To be honest with you, they're not.
It's like empty-handed. You know?
Yeah, they're not.
You and Bill work.
No one's going to fight. No one's going to do anything. But let's, for the sake of demonstration, he stays relaxed. I stay relaxed. See, I don't have anything to respond to because fighting. If I punch to Paul, okay. All right. See how he has a hard time moving because he has to see it. Okay? He has to have a stimulus. All right.
Yeah.
Watch. What you got? Okay, watch.
Oh.
No, that wasn't very fast. Was it? No, that wasn't fast.
Okay.
Let me show you fast. That's fast.
Yeah.
That's fast. That's fast.
Oh, okay.
But watch. That's slow. But see, he can't respond because I'm not giving him stimulus. Now, watch the difference. We're fighting. Look. See how he is? He's ready, man. He's moving, okay? But stay ready. Now, look at him. Why is he like that? I'm not giving him stimulus. If I do this, it's all psychological stuff. If you give your opponent stimulus, they respond. You make your opponent better. If I'm here and I'm moving like this, look how good he is. Okay, all right. Okay. But what? If I'm here, what? Why didn't he respond? Nothing responsive. You know how I found this principle out? I wasn't doing martial arts. I was doing ping pong. Any of you ever play ping pong?
Oh, yeah.
If you play somebody better than you, you get better, don't you?
Yep.
I mean, my game is terrific when I'm playing somebody better than me. I have screwed up playing against people that aren't quite as good as me because I'll hit it too hard, whereas if I do that with the guy who's better than me, they'll return it. I hit it, I don't know, have you had an experience, you know what I'm talking about? You actually make your opponent better. Anytime you are in competition with somebody and you play your A game, I can guarantee you that you will make your opponent better. They will get better. They have to, they don't have a choice. Now that doesn't mean you won't win, but the point is, you always make people better the more you work, the harder you work. If Paul, I'm like this, I go here. See how he does it? But I can guarantee you, he's not going to be that way. He'll tell you, his eyes have even changed, right?
Oh yeah.
You just do. You don't have a choice. When we work with knives, it's even more so. Because what happened, if I take this out, okay, and I have this, I can tell you, you're alert, aren't you?
Yeah.
Absolutely, aren't you?
It's hard to not look at
That's
it.
right. Now, if I have it here, and I'm fooling around, how do you feel right now?
More confident. My belief.
But I pull this out, I can guarantee you he is focused, ready to go, and alert. Okay? But let's say I have the knife. He doesn't know I have the knife. I'm here. But he doesn't know. He can't respond. That's why it's so important to be aware all the time. You want to be at your awareness fully all the time. You never ever want to let your awareness go. Which means that if you can relax, you will stay aware because that's what you're being taught, and that awareness stays because you're focused all the time. Does it make sense?
So I'm trying to learn to be a better ping pong player.
Good.
So do you slow down?
Actually, what I do is I play, this is a principle that I haven't taught you guys, but I go at the speed of my opponent. If Paul and I are... If Bill's punching to me, Bill's punching me. Bill's punching to me. I go at his speed. If he's punching at me, and I go at that speed, why did he do that? Here, take this. Punch. He's punching to me, and I do that. Why did that occur?
It was faster than
That's
you.
right. If he punches at me, and I go at his speed, see the difference?
You make
Okay.
contact.
Now we're here. If I do this, you just respond. If I do that, see what he does? But if I do this, you see what I'm doing? We're here. We're here. I do this. See how we? Okay. But I do this. Now why? It isn't the Bill's not good. Bill's damn good. What's occurring?
No
I'm not.
stimulus.
If I do that, he's gonna. But if I do this, do you understand? Everybody falls in that trap. You don't have a choice. That's why you have to train a long, long time to overcome how what you talked about earlier is this so-called instinctive thing. It's not so much instinctive in this case. You're not getting stimulus. If you don't get stimulus, how do you move? Does that make sense?
And like in ping pong, you want to be faster than the other guy, thinking that makes you better.
Right.
But
and
it
doesn't.
only, but it doesn't. So same principle.
Same
that,
principle.
Okay.
The moment you move quicker than your opponent, in any art you do, I don't care what it is, you get them to respond faster, and they get better at what they do. They immediately get better,
So they,
automatically.
so you then
So
try
the
to
idea
adopt
of-
to what they're doing?
Well, the idea is that you want to.
I mean, it is speaking. Sorry.
No, it's okay. See, a lot of people think I'm going to be like Bruce Lee, boom, 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 like this. But the bad downside of that is that you're just speeding the person up. Now, maybe I can beat Paul with a fast strike. But if I'm here and I can do that, why do I want to go like this when he can respond? I'm just taking all the stimulus away. Does that make sense? Does it make sense?
If you say you're going at your opponent's speed, what if your opponent's like rapid fire punching?
Can you just sit there? If Paul's going quick, see? Just do the same. Now, I will say that I don't do that per se. What I usually do is if somebody's really, if they're coming like that, and let's say he comes in again, see how this is here? Okay, but if you notice, that speed is about his speed. You understand? And that answers your question. If he does this type of thing, the very first thing is I don't stay here. Okay, he does that, I'm already here. You understand? And I'm just stopping to show you. Okay. So as he comes at me, see how this is? That's his speed. Okay. One of the things that we teach, and one of the things I teach, is that you're never in front of the person. You don't. There's none of this nonsense here.
Like a boss.
You don't. No,
You're not.
we don't square off. The moment he comes to me, I'm here.
Somewhere else, yeah.
So you're not really. You're going the same speed, but you don't have to compete with it.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying it
Yeah.
accurately, or eloquently. Does this make sense? That's why Bagua and Taiji are set up the way they are. They're really not set up to confront. They're really not confrontational arts. In fact, they're defensive arts. They're not offensive arts. And they're really meant to do what's called yielding. Yielding would be that if Paul comes to me with something, okay, I'm yielding, all right, I'm not there, all right? He comes at me with the next thing, whatever that is, all right? Then I'm yielding and then coming in. Let's say he moves away from that, and then he comes at me, okay? Say I'm yielding and coming in on another angle. There's no confrontation. You're just not confronted. There's no reason for it. The other thing is, although you guys are taller than me, there's big guys. And if two of the guys on my cross come, you'll meet them. These are big guys. One's 6'4". How's tall is he? 6'4"?
6'3", 6'4", yeah.
6'4". Why would you want to stand there and duke it out with somebody that's 250 pounds? Kid's not 250, but 250 pounds, 300 pounds, 6'4". Right? That doesn't make sense. Even if you're quicker, better, or whatever, it still doesn't make sense. But yielding to the person going around and then acting on it makes a lot of sense, especially if you have to fight them. All right. I'm going to teach you 2 exercises about, I just want to look at the times.
Yeah, we're trying to get you guys to
Working on my tan.
We're all here.
Yeah, we gotta keep,
There you go.
gotta keep
The only
moving.
time you're asked not to come to the light.
Stay away from the light.
I live in the dark. It's good.
There's many of these type of things that I'm about to teach you. Some are called the 8 pieces of silk. You ever gone through that with him?
Most of the Sheehan's guys have done the pieces of silk and each inch.
And all that stuff is good, etc. The only key with any of this stuff is you do it. Okay, I'm going to teach it to you a little differently because there's something I want you to achieve with this that's a little different than the chi development. What I want you to try to do is learn how to breathe from the inside out. What that literally means is that I would like you to tense up, but you tense up from the inside, not the outside. I know that sounds a little weird. It takes a little practice to do this. But when you tense something up, you can tense it up like this, and that's all from the outside. And you're not going to be able to see this, obviously, but when you tense this up, you tense it from the inside, and the tension actually works from the inside going out. So you take, it's psychological, but you take a different way of doing it, and you're coming from the inside out. We're going to do 2 exercises around this. These are basically for energy circulation and health. The one is kind of similar to what you've done with some other stuff, but basically, let me show you. All you're doing is that you're pressing out. As you press out, you're tensing, and then you totally relax as you come back. You press, excuse me, you press out to the sides, tensing, and then you relax coming back. You tense all the way going back, and then you tense, then you relax coming in. Then from here, you tense going up, and then you relax coming back. What you're trying to do is just feel from the inside the tension working out. Okay? The reason why this can be a health exercise is that you then, we're not going to do this today, but what you do is you put it together with that core breathing, and you do the same thing. So as you're coming here, as you tense, this is the inhalation. As you inhale and you push out, you think of the core breathing, everything, and then you relax coming back in. Okay? This follows the same principles, although I never want you to do this ever again, that you tense when you're striking, you breathe out, and you're tensing because that's how you get your energy. And when you're inhaling, you're coming back. It follows the same martial art principle. Did you guys ever learn that?
Just like weightlifting.
Is this the iron wrapped in cotton principle? All right.
That principle is something I can't do because of the iron shirt training. When you asked me about that, I started thinking about it. There's in Chen Taiji, I wish I'd learned this, but I didn't learn this. If you guys were to hit me, not only would my whole body just relax, but your fist would actually get buried inside of me, but it would be soft. I don't have that skill. I can't do that. In fact, if you hit me, I just automatically go down your shirt. But there's a very high level of training that I don't have, that if you get hit, you actually, you can see in the movies, that's the only place I can tell you. There's a movie called Taiji Master 1 with Jackie Wu. It's really a cool movie. Theoretically, it's about the start of Taiji, which is, it's not, but it's theoretically about that. But they do that. He actually learns at the Chen village, and then he modifies his stuff to become Yang Taiji. But anyways, they show that in the movie a lot. It's like, oh man, I can't do that. That's cool. But what happens is when you get hit, nothing happens to you, and the fist actually gets buried in you. And then, supposedly, I have not seen this, except in movies. Supposedly, then you can do that, and the person just gets thrown backwards, which would be really cool. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't teach
So
you.
they can't get their hand out.
You know what? I've heard one master is able to do that.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to
Kick to the groin.
Genshin Funakoshi's book. Genshin Funakoshi talks about that.
Yeah, that's not something I can do. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, get in the horse stance. What you're going to do, and this is a little difficult at first, but I really, truly, all you're doing is you're pushing to the four corners. That's what you're going this way, this way, this way, and then you're going up. So it's four corners. Sometimes you go down if you want. In fact, we'll just incorporate going down too. It's just going here, 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 up, and then down. Now what you're trying to do is you want to, we'll start it this way to make it easy. I want you to tense up every muscle in your body. You tense up your toes, well, muscles of your toes. You tense up everything in the body. So when you do this, let's start out we'll do one thing at a time. So when you're doing this, you're literally tensing your neck, your face, everything is being tensed, everything. You're locking your groin, you're tensing your legs, you're tensing, everything is being tensed. Let's work on that first before we do the advanced stuff.
Sifu, quick
Yes,
question.
please.
Do you tense everything up immediately, or
move.
is it a gradual?
No, it's gradual.
Gradual tension?
No, it's a good question, and again, I forget that because I've been doing this so long. What you do is you want to start all the muscles being, do it by quarters, do it by 25%. You're 25%, you're 50%, 75%, by the time you get out, you're 100%. Does that make sense? And thank you. I always forget this stuff. No, that's it. And I do break it into quarters, by the way. So you're here, it's 25, 50, 75, 100. Just like that. And then you relax totally, you just draw back. Okay? So, you're here. Now, before you start, as you inhale, the inhalation should last the entire movement. So as you inhale, you're inhaling, you're 25, 50, 75, 100. So you're coordinating both the inhalation and the tension. Then you relax totally, come back. Your hands are by your chest. You inhale and you start to the sides. You're doing the same thing. You're 25, 50, 75, 100, the whole body, the entire body. Then you totally relax, come back. Now you're going to go back. So you can, however you do that, it's fine. You're pushing, you're trying to go level, parallel to the ground, but it doesn't matter. So again, tense, 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Now it's by the chest, you're going to go up, so 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Now it's by the chest, you're going to press down. 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Don't do anything for 2 or 3 inhalations, breaths. Okay, let's try it again. Hands by your chest. The entire body. Try to feel 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Come back. Going to the side. 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Going back. Inhaling. 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Hands by your chest going up. 25, 50, 75, 100. Totally relax. Hands by your chest, going down. 25, 50, 75, 100. Now, let's relax for a minute before we continue. What you're trying to do, the reason why I wanted to do this at the beginning of everything, you're trying to learn what it's like to be tense, but conversely, what it's like to be relaxed. Okay? The whole concept here is that if you learn how to do this, you can learn how to do that. The difficulty is that we seem to have problems doing the relaxation part, and the last thing we do today is there's a kind of unique method that one of my students developed that I really like. I'm so impressed with it that I even got my own bands the other day. He's coming, should be here. And there's this whole thing we're going to do together that will help you feel the tension and releasing it. And it's been pretty successful, hasn't it? I mean, it's so cool. I'm so happy that we have a method that you guys can actually use, because it's really hard to learn how to relax from the shoulders. It truly is. Everybody moves from their shoulder like this, and you need to move from your back, which means you can't engage this. And then the other part that's very difficult to relax is the hips. So the two major areas, which are your shoulders and hips, they're really hard. Anyways, the point of this exercise, one of the points of this exercise, besides the health benefits, which there are a lot, is that you can learn to feel this and then just let go. So hopefully that'll help you with everything else we're doing. Does that make sense? Hopefully? Okay, good. Okay, next stage. You can do exactly what you did before, but now what I'd like you to do when you're inhaling and pressing out is try to feel, and you gotta work this a little differently. Try to feel that as you're coming forward, you're not tensing from anywhere outside. So in other words, let's do something very simple first. If you do this motion and you tense up, do this motion and tense up. Just one arm, just tense it as much as you can. Where do you start your tension from? Where do you feel it? Shoulder. Right. Now, what I'd like you to try to do, I'm going to trick you. Try to feel it here first. Try to feel right here, right underneath the forearm. As you push forward, tense this first without tensing that. And you can't, by the way. You don't have to tense this first. You can literally do it from a fist. Tense only your fist. Tense only the fist. Now, obviously, the rest of you is going to tense, but the fist is tighter. You feel it?
Yeah.
Okay. Try to tense only from the wrist to the elbow. Now, obviously, you're going to tense the entire arm because that's how we work. But you'll feel more tension in that specific area. Okay? Okay? Now, try to tense up just the shoulder tighter than the rest, and you feel that you can tense up the shoulder tighter than the rest. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, what you're trying to do now is the same thing. So what you're going to do, I'll make it easy on you. Tense the hand first, then tense the forearm, then tense the bicep, tricep, then tense the shoulder. Let's just try that. Tense the hand up as much as you can, tense the forearm, then tense the bicep, tricep, then tense the shoulder. And try to keep everything at that point with the same tension and let it go. Okay, let's do it again. Tense up just the hands, forearm, bicep, tricep, and the shoulder. And let it all go. Good. All right, now, one hand only. What I want you to do is try from the inside. As you're moving it forward, try to feel from the inside of the hand that the energy, the contraction, the focus, whatever you want to call it, it starts from the inside. Then as you're going down to the forearm, try to feel it going from the inside out, and then here inside out, and here inside out. And after a point, you'll start to feel it's not the same type of tension. It isn't as thick. It isn't as dense. And it'll take you longer to get tense because you have to work it from the inside out. So you'll have the tension, but it's a softer tension. I don't know how to explain it. It's a softer tension. So what I want you to try to do, come forward and start tensing, but do it from the inside out, and you'll feel yourself tensing, but it won't be the same tension. It won't be this really taut tension. Let's try that a few times, actually. On your own, just bring your hands up. You want to do the 25, 50, 75, 100. You want to breathe out. As you breathe in, you're getting tense, I'm sorry. And then try to do it with this level of tension we're talking about. And relax, and then start it over again. Okay, let me give you another drill. You'll like this one. I want you first to fill your entire cavity from the front to the back with air. I want you to feel it. I want you to feel it filling. Okay? So when you do this normally, you'll probably feel the front of you fill. When you do this, I want you to feel, try to do this so you feel around your waist every part of your body. In other words, feel the front, sides, and back. So what I want you to do is fill this area up, and if you fill it correctly, you'll feel like everything. You'll feel the whole thing. You'll feel around yourself. Does it make sense?
You know, one of the
Oh, go
one of the
please.
ways I think to
He's
feel
much
this
better explaining
is
stuff.
that if you put your hands on your back by your kidneys and you actually breathe into your hands so that you feel your back expand into your hands. Do you feel that?
Seems to give your mind something to focus on.
Oh, he's
Right.
really good at explaining
So,
stuff because I don't do that.
If you, yeah, that, well, no, I mean, this is the way,
No,
that,
I-
you know,
oh,
right,
please.
because, I mean, you know, you want to just be able to
So I
go
want you here.
and fill that up, but this will tell you if you're doing it, because you get a different feedback loop, because you may be doing this, and if you can't feel it back, you know, you don't know, but if you,
These guys have to figure out what I've been talking about for years. So
right, so
they're better
if
at doing
you,
this than I am.
like, if you just put a hand right here, put a hand right there, okay? So if I fill in the front, nothing happens there, see, but if I go, feel how that goes into your hand? Okay? So that's what you want to feel. Just put your hand there. It goes right into your hand. So that's what you want to feel in yourself. Okay? So you go here.
Oh, wow.
Right
Yeah.
there. Okay, see how it goes there?
You can see it.
Yeah. Right. So that's what you want to feel. You want to feel that in yourself.
Oh, yeah. Does that give you more of a breath?
Oh yeah.
Larger volume of
Oh,
breath?
absolutely, sure. Because if you're not doing what he's doing, believe it or not, you're only filling up half your cavity. It doesn't feel that way,
Yeah.
but you are. And actually, I have to compliment Bill, not only because he's very good at explaining all this stuff, he is, because he's had to figure it out, but he's also one of the very, very few people I've ever taught that can actually do the iron shirt correctly. So he's learned how to do this, and what you just said is absolutely right. If you don't do what he's talking about, you literally only fill up half the area, and you don't know that. Just because you don't, how would you know it?
Yeah, you don't know. No,
There's
you
no
don't.
feedback.
You don't know. So this is a way.
It's almost
to,
like you're expanding your diaphragm and everything, but it's more than that. It's
see it.
Physiologically, what happens? This drops so your lungs have bigger capacity.
Well,
To
the
expand.
lungs don't drop.
No,
What occurs-
well,
No,
your-
your
this drops,
diaphragm.
but your-
Right. Well, because your diaphragm, when you breathe, when your diaphragm contracts, it goes that way. Okay.
Yeah, but your-
So, but you have to relax all of this in order for the pressure. You know, when your diaphragm goes down, pressure goes into your abdominal cavity. Okay. But if you don't equally relax everything in your abdominal cavity, then the pressure will only go where it can go. Okay, it won't go everywhere. It won't go to the places that are tense. So you have to relax everything in there so that the pressure gets equalized everywhere. And that's the key. When it's equal everywhere, then nothing can penetrate. If the pressure is only in part and not in another part, then the strike or the energy will go through there.
Makes sense?
Yes.
It's important to know this. And unfortunately, he's had to figure it out because I'll tell them just breathe in that area. These guys have actually tried to figure it out. Okay, let's do this again. Just you're breathing when you do it, and use his method. Put your hands behind, and you'll literally feel what you felt with him if you do it correctly. It might take you a few times to do this. The unfortunate part is that this is all a
Right, it's not-
process.
right.
You got to learn how to do it. How long did it take you to get the iron shirt down well? About 20 years?
It took a long time, but I don't know how to say this, but there was a point at which I learned to do something different, and after when I figured that out, then it came pretty quickly.
How long did it take you to get there?
It took me 20 years to get there. That was the.
That's the difficulty. All this stuff takes a while.
Can
So
I
he
ask what that one thing was?
probably doesn't know this one.
No, I do, and I think that well, I really then actually learned how to do from the inside out. And I do remember when I realized how to do that. And I think that, sort of along those lines too, we probably ought to have people feel the difference of the outside tension and the
You know what, that's good.
And the inside
We'll do that
tension.
next. No, that's good.
because
That's good.
because again, I think if you can go like this and how do you know what you're doing? You need some reference point. So if we just let everybody feel your arm when you tense and when you
Go from the inside out.
go from the inside out,
See the difference in his arm?
okay?
Watch when he did tense. Do the tense.
Okay, so this
See
is
the tension?
tense.
See
Okay,
here?
okay,
When he
and
does
this
it,
is
see there's a tension, but it's a different
You
tension.
see it?
Oh, yeah.
okay.
That's cool.
And you can feel it. If I tense, just grab my arm, okay? But if I go, feel the difference? Okay? So it's here, or it's there. Okay? So why don't you,
They're looking at you like, yeah, sure. This is tense, this way.
so here, if I tense, feel that?
Yeah.
Okay, and squeeze it. Feel it, feel it?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if I do it from the inside out, so now squeeze it. See how it's soft on the outside,
yeah.
but hard on the inside?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it's there, okay, versus there. So if you squeeze it there,
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
It's not the same as that.
Right, yeah.
Just comes from the inside out.
Yeah, I can't, we're trying to do is like, you can't tell if you're flexing just different muscles, or like that's.
Is it a mental?
Honestly.
well, it's mental in the sense that your brain has to give your body the signal to do it. Okay,
It's a different,
it's a different sequence of tension, and the way that I think of it. I'm going to say this, and as I'm saying it, I'm just thinking, this is not going to be helpful. not at all. Okay.
it's kind of similar to what I had you do with your hand, being tense first versus this. That's a different sequence.
Different
It's a
firing
different
of the.
message. Right.
Yeah, it's a
neurons
different
firing.
sequence, right. See, I think of it as coming from my bone out, but then I can feel my bone,
And that might not be helpful to you guys.
Yeah, that
But it's a
might not
different
be
firing mechanism. You're learning a different sequence of firing. Does it make sense?
So it's just a matter of reprogramming the.
You have to
to do
practice,
this.
right, if you want to use those terms, yes. You're
Right.
definitely, you know what, everything we're doing is reprogramming. I mean, everything, if you think about it. Because as Greg was saying, this instinct is that when you fall, you get tight. It's really not instinctive, which is one reason why people that are a little older than myself, when they fall, they really get hurt. Because they do. They just lock up, and they'll break everything. Well, that's because that's what they think. Well, not what they think, but that's what they do. But if you're trained, well, Bill will tell you. Bill's had several stories about this. What's happened to you a few times?
it's actually an embarrassing story, but I'll tell you. I was in San Francisco, and we were going to this little bistro, and it was kind of, it was at night, it was dark, it had rained, and we're walking across this street, and what I didn't realize, because it was all in the shadow, is that the curb, the street had a real slant to it, and the curb went like this.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
You know, so I'm walking, and the people next to me are, you know, walking where the curb is here, and I'm walking where the curb is here, and I'm looking at it. But, you know, then the street goes down, and I step, and I catch myself on this curb, okay? And I start to go forward, and I just do what I've learned. I just tuck, spin, and I get up, and I keep walking. And the people that are with me, you know, go, oh, what happened? You know, and I mean, that was fine. I just kept walking. It's like I hardly lost a step, you know, in the process. But it was, I mean, I just know, I mean, I can just feel the point where, you know, you're here, and if you go like that, you just splatter. You know, you just splatter. But, yeah, I mean, the training pays off.
And you got to be relaxed. You can't do that tight. You do that tense, your face is going to be on the ground. I can't tell you, I work with the elderly. I can't tell you, I'm serious about this, I can't tell you how many of my care managers have their people going to the hospital because they fall and broken hip.
Oh, yeah.
I was shocked. We have, my team has 800, we call them consumers, 800 consumers. I hate that word.
Clients?
I really truly do. Now, we don't call them clients anymore. So,
Customers?
in fact, 3 of my people right now, one person fell, she broke a femur. Another person fell, broke a hip, another fractured a hip. This just last week. I can't tell you. I was just shocked how many people, and these are pretty frail people, unfortunately, but the point is that you really can get hurt. Okay, so, since we can't give you any more except that you got to change your firing sequence, so I want you to start working on that, which is the book Transformations, guys. I'm going to plug that as your guide here. But what you're trying to do, let's start with the stomach thing. Sorry, let's go back to the stomach thing before we get to the tension thing. The reason why this is so important, because if you can start to feel this, it's from the inside out. It's not from the outside in. You can't do this exercise from the outside. You have to do it from the inside. That's why I wanted to do it, just thinking about it right now. So what you're doing is, as you inhale, try to feel, put your hands back there if you need to, anywhere. Just get some feedback and you'll feel how that area, you can actually expand everything. Then as you get that a little lower, go a little higher. Go to the mid part. So when you do it, try to get the mid part, and then, if you want, try to get to the upper part, and you should be able to feel through the upper back and the shoulders and chest. So you're trying to do it from the inside, start low, and work your way up. Oh man, you guys, you didn't watch Kung Fu, man. You can't have water for like 3 days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks. So training got so hard, Paul figured out a way to get out
Yeah.
of it.
He's at the microbrewery.
That's right. Screw this, man. I'm out. Learn how to breathe and reconfigure my firing sequence.
Here,
No
has
way.
arrived.
let me see.
That's right. That's good.
There you go.
Okay, let's do, I think, Jeff, you were out when I was saying this. What I want you guys to do, try to breathe in here. As you get better at doing that, then go to the middle part. You have 3 parts. And what you're trying to do is put it into the middle and feel it in the back, and then go to the top and feel it in the top. So you're trying to do all 3 things. But do it one at a time, of course, and work that up. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to give you a little more instruction. What I want you to try to do is to do that same approach to the breathing with your chest into the legs and your arms as you do your chest. You have to do it individually for a while. That's fine. try to do the same thing. Try to breathe into the middle of the leg and have the breathing and try to feel the leg expanding upward. Same thing into the arms. Same thing. And you now know, now you have a feeling of that from doing it in your chest. Try to do the same thing in the arms and legs. Now granted, it's a psychological thing, but that's what you're doing. Okay, relax. Do one more thing before we take a break because we'll start on weapons after those guys get in.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, absolutely.
Okay, all right. So the one book that you gave us, and I can't remember who it was, but we're talking about breathing into the center during, it was part of the same concept? Okay.
After a point, the concepts actually come together.
Right.
There's another way to do this stuff. And fortunately, I don't know any of your forms, but we have looked at, Bagua is not going to do this with this exercise, but we'll just do a real easy movement. This is, all of you are familiar with ward off, yield, press, push from the Tai Chi. And I do it a little differently because of the forms I do. My way of doing this, if you notice, I have a tendency to move this way. You can do it any way you want. But here's what you're doing. This is ward off. As you do ward off, you tense up. As you do yield, you relax. As you do press, relax, push. That's all we're going to do. Now, here's what you're trying to do, which actually feels really good if you do the whole form this way. You're trying to tense up the whole body when you're at this point. You're relaxing the whole body at this point. You're tensing the whole body at this point. You're relaxing the whole body here. You're tensing everything here. You know what? Let's go through the movements because I'm not sure all of you know how to do this. So, the Tai Chi stance is normally the right foot's forward. We're doing this. The left foot is back. I have a tendency to press up and go back. This comes from a form that I learned a long, long time ago that I do myself. It's from the Dung family in Hawaii. The old man's not alive anymore, unfortunately, but they do it this way. It's the only Tai Chi form I've ever seen done this way, and I kind of like it, to be honest with you. But it's either the other. Okay, so let's get to here. Your right foot's forward, your left foot's behind. Your feet. You did Tai Chi before, right? No. Yeah. There you go. Explain this in that sense to you. Okay. So as you do this, tense up, but it's the entire body. What you're trying to do is tense up everything. Now, totally relax as you come back. Totally tense up as you go forward. And totally relax as you go back. And totally tense as you go forward. Okay. And then if you put the breathing into it, you're tensing as you inhale. You exhale, relaxed. Tense as you inhale. Empty. And go forward. So, here, release, here. Now it's the whole body, just like you're doing with the breathing in the stomach. So as you come forward, the whole body, everything is tense, everything is tight. You guys should be good at this. Everything's quiet. And then back, and then here.
And you're tensing.
Tense as you push.
Yeah, but I mean you're breathing in?
No. Yeah, you're inhaling. I do it that way, that's reverse breathing. You can, if you want, you can exhale as you go forward.
I'd say it seems counter.
Yeah, I know. There's different, unfortunately, ways of doing this. Yeah. That's called, there's a system called pre-breath in Taoism where they reverse the breath.
Yeah.
I'm screwing you guys up.
Reverse.
Exhale here, inhale here, exhale as you go forward. Do it that way. Do it that way. I know too much, that's the problem. I intermix all my stuff now, I don't. And if you can do this continually, it actually feels pretty good after a point, because you're just flowing with the motion. Feels really good. You're trying to do everything that you're doing with the stomach breathing. You're trying to feel how the legs, everything just is locked. Your neck should be locked, your face should be locked, etc. Then you totally relax. Then you come here, then you come back totally relaxed in here. And you can then reverse it. You can relax here, tense here, relax here, tense coming back, coming forward. So you can do it that way too. And see what happens if you feel how your body feels even doing it just a little bit, you relax. You feel how your shoulders are dropping. And that's the benefit of doing it that way. So you guys just got 10 years of teaching in 2 hours. You think I'm kidding? Bill will tell you. We're not kidding. Unfortunately, all this is really important to do, so I would strongly suggest you do it. It is really important, and it really will help you. Like I said, if you can feel it, you probably, when you stop, you probably feel relaxed, or more relaxed. And that's what you want to start. You're trying to change how your brain works, neuroplasticity. You're really trying to change how the brain works. And what that means is the more you can give messages, using Western terms, the unconscious believes, because that's the problem, the unconscious has to believe this stuff. The reason why it's so hard to change, especially after you've done a hard system for so long, is that your conscious mind doesn't believe it. Even though your conscious mind, your unconscious doesn't, right? And so what you're trying to do now is to reformulate all that hardwiring to change how your brain works. That's really what you're doing. So the more you can do it, and the more you practice, the more you will do it. That's why the psychology of this is so important too.
It's actually nothing to do with martial arts. This is part of your fine line. Sorry.
In fact, there's a book called Talent's Overrated. And it's an excellent book. It's a book I suggest you guys all strongly read. There's another book similar called The Outliers. You read that? Outliers. Similar. Here's what they found. And you've heard me kid about this before. People like Tiger Woods, I'm not talking about his extracurricular life. People like Tiger Woods, the reason why they're so good at what they do? Why?
The practice.
Practice. That's all they do. 10,000 hours. Okay, that's what the book says.
10,000 hours is correct.
Bill's going to the next level.
And therein lies the problem.
That's the problem.
Practice has to be correct.
Practice has to be correct. So you can do 10,000 hours of doing it totally wrong. Yeah, and you're not getting anywhere. Has to
You'll
really
be good at doing it wrong.
Yeah, you'll be good at doing it wrong. But it has to be 10,000 hours of the correct practice. So you need to know what the practice is, and then you need to do it, and then you need to do it correctly. So therein is the conundrum, because usually probably your first 2,000 hours of practice is probably wrong. But then hopefully you'll be with somebody, or you'll get a coach, or you'll have a teacher that will give you the correct practice. Then that's another 2,000 hours of you not doing it correctly yet, but getting better at doing it towards what's correct. And then, do you follow how that works? Then you probably do another 2,000 hours more correct, and then you finally get towards correct, and then you have to do another 10,000 hours of doing it correct. I've told you guys this story before. I love this story. About 4 years ago, this very famous, very, very good Tai Chi master, who was, I don't know, 87 or 88 when he died. And he would do the form. When he did the form, he literally, when he moved, he would crack the cement. He had that much energy and power. They said, well, what's your secret? Or what are the secrets? He said, practice 12 hours a day. That's what he did. He practiced 12 hours a day all his life. So, I mean, he was a professional teacher and all that. Yeah. The point is that that's why you're good. So, the other thing I've learned recently, to my chagrin, because I can't do this yet, I don't have the time, is that everyone who's ever achieved a level that I thought was worth achieving, they meditate at least 4 hours a day. I got to tell you, it seems to be, unfortunately, something I've learned over and over and over again. They can literally meditate 4 hours a day. Well, one, you need the time to do it, and then you got to do it correctly.
Is it all at once?
Pardon?
Is it all at once?
Yeah.
4 hours at a time.
I always laugh about Kumar Francis' book, in which he says that he was doing the standing meditation, and he says in his book sometimes, when I started doing the standing meditation for 5 hours a night, after a while my kung fu really improved.
That's what he says.
So there's a threshold we'll all get to.
Well, just to stand there for even an hour, it's just incredible. It really, truly is. Okay. Any questions about any of this stuff? Because we'll transition something a little bit to weapon stuff. Questions about this? You guys mastered? That's great. No problem.
I just like maybe if we like over the next few weeks like practice the flexing from the inside,
Just remind me.
and if you can like feel it, and just let me know if I'm cheating or.
No, that's good.
I feel like we're doing like I'm so flexing.
No, just remind me. Okay, listen up. You have something like this from cold steel. What happens is, if you use this, the prosecutor will go on the website, and what do you think they'll find at the cold steel website? I'm not making this up. What will they find?
Would be sticking a suckling pig with that thing and
Close.
watching it bleed.
Not filleting
Close.
fish.
Close. Okay. These knives are tactical knives. Tactical. That means that when you go to civil court, because if you make it out of criminal court, you'll probably get sued by the family of the person who attacked you. The defense attorney will say, what human being who's so insensitive would carry a tactical fighting knife around with them? And there will. There will. I guarantee it. I'm married to an attorney. I know what they'll say. Of course, she's not here now. You carry a tactical knife, you use it, you're going to have to face the blunt of having a tactical knife. Okay. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get you out of less trouble than this, but you go on the website, you find this knife. This isn't called a knife. This is called a utility tool. Okay? It doesn't have a point. Actually, it does. I'll show you how to use it correctly. It doesn't have a point.
Good, I have one. I want to know.
See the difference? Okay. Now, it's going to be very hard for somebody to say, you know, Reno is this nasty person. He has utility tool. Do you have in my pocket? Forgot about it. Utility tool, this is actually a worse weapon than this is.
You mean
It's a
more
little sharper.
dangerous?
Yeah, it is. And if you use it correctly, and I'm going to show you how to use a knife correctly, you would use it this way. And if you use it this way, this will go right into you, just like a point. Okay. And I'm bringing that up because there's also someone here who shoots a lot, who knows the angles about shooting. If you, this goes along the same jury defense. If you modify your gun, and even if you're in a clean shooting, where you're absolved in any criminal malfeasance, you still can be sued. And what they'll do is, if you've modified it, they will say that you are purposely changing a weapon of deadly force and making it worse. Or, however, but they will do this. And you will get sued and probably lose, because what will the jury hear? Seriously, what will the jury hear? Have any of you ever sat on a jury? Mm-hmm. They're interesting, aren't they? Mm-hmm. They will go in directions you don't even think possible. You don't want them to have more information to go where you don't want them to go. And I can guarantee you, the defense attorney, because they will be after you for millions of dollars, will make it sound like you're a really bad person because you've modified a weapon of deadly force. Okay? You've made it even deadlier, which doesn't make sense. It's an oxymoron, but that doesn't matter. Does this make sense to you guys? So if you're foolish enough to carry a knife, and I say that jokingly because I carry one, if you're foolish to carry it and you are going to use it, which makes you even more foolish, make sure that you have the right type of weapon with you if you decide to use it. I'm just trying to tell you, And the other part is that if you carry a weapon, and I don't know how many of you do, I know one person doesn't, you carry occasionally.
Did you just say nut?
I know you carry all the
I
time.
thought you said one nut.
I think so carries. If you carry, you have to be ready to use it. You can't, no games. You can't take a weapon out and, you know, okay. And, you know, you gotta be ready to use it. So what I'm trying to say is that if you don't have a temperament for it, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, guys. There's nothing wrong with a temperament that doesn't want to hurt another human being, okay? But I'm just saying that if you carry something like this, you really have to be ready to use it. You can't bluff, you can't play with it. So I'm giving that intro so we are starting from a common ground here. One of my things that I personally believe about most people that do martial arts is that most people that do martial arts are just nice people that don't want to hurt anybody. And that's good. And that's how it should be. But I think that's another reason why somebody with a lot of training will often lose in a fight, because they don't want to hurt the person. My ex-wife, I was teaching her what to do with a gun and how to defend herself in case I wasn't home, because you could break in our house so easily in Florida. And she said, you know, I don't think I could shoot somebody. Well, that's a problem, because you're going to have a hard time defending yourself if you can't shoot them. But there's a lot of people like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there is. You know, all this macho nonsense, that's crazy. What I'm trying to say is that just know what you're capable of doing, and that's okay. I mean, it is. It is okay. And if you don't think you can hurt somebody, get the hell out of there. If somebody confronts you with deadly force, just try to get out. That's the whole point. Also, basically, what we do in our system for fighting with weapons, and they'll tell you because we've been doing this for a number of years, we're very defensive. We're not the aggressor. I will never teach anybody to be the aggressor. And if you were to film what happens in a knife fight between us, this is actually what it would look like.
Want me to go front stand?
No, you do what I do. And
Come over here, guys.
Okay, let me grab that.
Reno and I are fighting each other. Reno and I are fighting each other, but we're doing this from our system. This is what would occur. We're not the aggressor. What? Our system. See how this is? Alright. I'm here. He's there. Okay? Alright. We're not the aggressor. Now, we do teach forward. Like, we teach this here. Alright? But if I were fighting him and he were fighting me, and he's not an aggressor, we basically, we'd be doing a lot of this. And at an advanced stage, we actually fight this way here. So the only weapon, the only target he really has is there. Okay? Look how, if I'm here, see how easy that is? I'm here, he has to step. The moment he steps, because knife fights actually don't even start, they actually start probably about here. The moment he comes. Right? Now this is hard to do because people get, remember how many times I told you guys don't be in this type of stance, because, but you can learn how to move out of this stance pretty easily. This forward stance, which we teach is a beginning thing, I really like it, but you're very exposed. It's very easy to get hit. But the unfortunate part is that there's no other way to fight with a knife. Against another knife, I'm sorry, I'm going to qualify that.
Are you going basic? Are you talking about the zones? Why we fight like this? Hands and body?
You know, I'm sorry. What I was just thinking about is I want to introduce the
shank?
bad way. And then we'll go to the rest. This is something that if you're ever confronted with, I think I've gone over this with you guys several times, but this is really bad. If you're ever confronted, you don't have a knife, and somebody has a knife, and they're standing like this, you want to get the hell out of it, period. Let me show you why. All I have to do is that. He can do nothing. No matter what he does, even if he goes to kick me, okay? See how this is here? All right. All I have to do is that. That's it. This is from It actually developed in jail. And there's a whole fighting system that developed in jail. It's called
Jailhouse Rock.
Jailhouse Rock, and there's yeah, and rock and roll.
Those two things.
And this system against an unarmed individual, you can't beat it. You will not beat this. I don't care what you do. You will not beat it. If he grabs me, if he goes to kick me, it doesn't matter. You can't get the knife away. You cannot. It's not possible. The reason it isn't possible is that the knife is back, the guard is here. If he tries to grab the knife, which nobody would do, of course, all I have to do is that. And all I'm doing is this. That's the only technique. That's it. But think about how hard it is to stop somebody doing this motion with a knife.
All I can do is get distance, but even if he bull rushes me and I go back, I'm screwed. I have to go back on an angle. If he comes in on me, I have to get to this side, so at least I can get out that way. You know,
Away from the knife.
Away
Side
from
of
the
it.
knife
Go the other way.
away from the knife side. If I cross him, he's got me. You know, so.
Let me ask just a basic
Oh,
question.
please.
For those who walk around with knives. I mean, you really wouldn't use unless the other person had a knife. You wouldn't pull out a knife.
Here's the thing.
Unless
I won't
you're
use a
light
knife.
defended on it.
I won't use a knife. If there's more than 2 people, I will pull a knife out.
Even though they have nothing.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Great equalizer. Because I can show you of 3 people, I don't care how good you are, can take you down. They have to know what they're doing. Unfortunately, some people do. And I will show you what to do in that situation in a few moments. The times I will use a knife is if they have a weapon or if there's like 3 or more people. Almost that's why I'm saying if you carry a knife, you're ready to use it. Don't carry it if you're not. 3 people, believe it or not, if they know. Billy, you've done this before. Which good. The 3 of you, you don't have a weapon. If they know what they're doing, what would occurs then? Let me show you. No. He goes low, he goes high, he comes at the same time. At the same time. Because no matter how good I am, if they're coming at the same time like that, can't get out of it. Not possible. I don't care what you see on TV. It's not possible.
Well, you're on TV, so we can see what.
Yeah. That's what happened. The reason why things work on multiple attackers is that the multiple attackers don't know what to do.
Or they come at different.
And they
Right, they come at different times.
If he's, as an example, if Reno, let's say Reno comes first, okay? Now, see, he's in between. I can take care of Bill to some degree and then work with him. Does that make sense? But if they do what they just did before, if I, no matter, see, what can I do? I'm not making that up. It's just how it is. Now, if you have a knife, and they come at you even at the same time. Now think about
You
that.
got a chance.
Well, think about it. Even if they're stupid enough to rush in on you, even if they're rushing, all you have to do is that, right? I guarantee you, you're not going to be around. You start waving that knife, you know, this is rubber knife. Yeah. We change. I don't want you charging in, guys.
Don't worry.
We change to that. It's a whole different thing.
Take one for the team, Ken.
And I hate to say it, but believe it or not, people respect knives. You know, no matter if they don't have a weapon. And the unfortunate part is usually most gangs have weapons. That's the other thing. But just going off some basic stuff. The way you would want to use a knife in multiple situations when they don't have a knife is this way. This is the only way you use it. You wouldn't use it this way. See what happens? I do this. You can't stop. All right? The disadvantage of this is distance. Look how close I have to be.
The advantage is I grab this just so I can't do anything.
I can just,
Yeah.
But this, see? So it's a range thing. So unfortunately, where you want to be is like this, but that close. Okay? And all you're doing is just this, just the ice pick thing. Okay?
I'm sorry, I have
That's all you're doing.
a question.
Sure.
And maybe this is a stupid question, but what was the difference between what you just did that you said you shouldn't do?
Go
This-
in that stance there, because I have, because
here?
his
Look at his whole
distance
back.
here, and he's stuck either going in this
I can
direction,
only
he
this
can only
way.
go in this direction, or he can take
I
it
can
this
slide,
way,
right.
and you know that, you know what I'm saying, but if he goes in an ice pick grip,
See here? The
down,
moment
and he
goes
can
to-
change that on me, so look, even if I come in, I can't, even if I grab, he's gonna cut my hand, so he just cuts.
So, what was the difference between this and what you were saying before?
Well, because it's in his back
Oh,
hand.
this is back
See here, now see here, he's got a live hand, all he has to do now is grab me, and I'm stuck. Yeah, I can't grab the knife, but if he puts it in his front arm, he puts it in his front hand,
This
I
is
can always
against
try to grab it.
Sifu, is there any other advantage? Okay, I understand that, but what if you held this way? I mean, and with this arm still.
The
as a guard?
disadvantage is you have no reach.
I see.
You still have to, if you're here
Uh-huh.
and you're not forward,
Yeah.
I can never reach.
Yeah.
You have to be, see here, I can reach him.
Mhm.
I can't
I see.
reach him.
Oh, so that's your forward.
This
Ice
is
pick
against
from the forward.
multiple ice
Yeah.
pick, right.
And then a forward.
You could do this way, but against multiples, the difficulty is that
got
if the
this
Russian,
side here.
I'm vulnerable. But here, from here,
Here, see.
see. Does it make sense?
Ice pick forward. I'm
Forward
in the back.
stance,
You're
yeah.
right.
No, ask the questions, guys, because there are differences here. And if you're like this, you have no reach at all. That's the problem with the stance. Regardless of the movie,
I just watched
Under Siege.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about this. These guys
That
are
was good. That was a good
doing this
ending.
stuff. Click, click, click.
Yeah.
I'm going, okay.
that will
Whoa.
never happen in a million years. Take my word for it. Great movie, but totally out of reality. Okay. So, if you're with multiples, this is how you'd want to be. Here, see how this is? All right? He has to take all of that because you're forward. This is all power. Think about it. This is really powerful.
Did you go over the live hand?
No. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. You see somebody like this, run, take your gun out, shoot him, or take your knife out and stab him. It's your choice.
And the way we would use that is the same. We had the knife.
No, I'd be in the front stance. Watch, give me the knife. If I saw him like that, I'd be here because I can just cut that hand.
Yeah.
He's got to get past this to kill me.
You wouldn't use
So I
this
have
against
I have reach on him right
Okay,
now.
so you wouldn't use that stance against
God,
him.
If I go in that stance and we're kind of like neutral, we kind of neutral stuff out here.
and you wouldn't fight this way.
And I even may in that one.
See,
But
he'd
see
always
here,
be-
I'd be here.
he'd always
See,
fall.
we just got distance on each other. But if I'm here on this, he's got the advantage now because see, I can't reach him.
You don't want to fight. No, you don't want to fight. You never ever want to be in an ice pick grip and fight somebody that has the same advantage. Never ever.
Because I can't get to him.
Can't get to it. It's not possible. It's too small of a reach. This has reach. I showed you today.
This ice pick.
See this? See, he can't. By the time he gets in,
He's got my hand every time. And yeah, with rubber knife, as soon as he starts cutting, I'm gonna drop the knife.
so against nobody. Okay, they have no
There's
weapon.
no weapon.
You want to really hurt them, this is good. This is against multiple, this way only. This, and we'll go through this first. This is your forward stance, and this is what you'd use against somebody. The advanced stance is like this here, and the advantage of this is that he has to reach for somebody.
You're not the aggressor.
I'm not the aggressor. Make sense?
Yes.
Any questions about that? Okay. So why don't we get some knives and just practice this stuff to start. Let me go over one other thing with how you hold a knife. I'm going to suggest to you, there's a lot of different ways to grip a knife. I don't know how many of you have ever been to knife fighting seminars, but there's a lot of different ways to hold a knife. I'm going to suggest this. You always hold the blade up. And I'll go through the logic of that. All right. I have the knife here. How do you guys feel right now?
pretty confident you
Pretty
can?
good. I can come over the top and not get up too worried about it.
I turn it this way.
I'm not
Whole
going over
different
the top.
perspective.
Right.
Especially if you don't have a weapon.
Oh, God, yeah.
You don't have a weapon. Yeah, this doesn't frighten me that much. Because you have a chance to do something with it. You might be able to grab the hand this way. Think about it. You're just SOL to begin with. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. That's one of the things we teach. Actually, Paul and I saw a video where this gentleman who's had, what, 20 years knife experience? Yeah. He said, in the video, it surprised me, he said, everything I've learned, I've thrown out of the way. I'm not doing it ever again. And then he goes on and shows you some techniques that are just as bad as what he threw away.
Stripping and
Yeah, which never happened. And the other thing they did do in the video, it's the only other people I've ever seen do this, is teach that the blade handle is up. The knife, the blade edge is up. But I would strongly suggest, if you're using a knife, keep the edge up. You have to move a little differently, you have to fight a little differently, but it's really good to do. All right,
You don't do that in a nice pick, or do you?
I do a nice picture.
So the
Oh,
edge is
gosh,
up.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me show you why.
Yeah.
You're here.
Oh, yeah. I can feel it already.
But see if I'm here?
Yeah.
See, you can go over the top of this and maybe get it,
Yeah.
okay? I'm here. Do you even want to bother with that?
Oh, no.
See, now we're talking about psychology, actually. But think about the psychology. I'll never forget, this is years ago. I think Reno was with me then. Remember when I brought out that real knife? Yeah. What was this? I brought out a real knife. You should have seen everybody in the class. It's like, I mean, this was like
The Rambo knife.
a Rambo knife. You know, the reality is it's fun to play around with this stuff. But when you really have to face somebody using it, it's dangerous. The statistics are 85% of all knife fights where they've recorded it. Guess what's occurred? 85%. Guess what's occurred? Both people died. No. Both died.
both died.
Here's why. And this is always true. You find it when you practice. He does that. I do this. The winner gets me, but then at the same point, and you'll find, right? We practice this.
And the studies are that if you get cut in your abdomen level, you got a pretty good chance of surviving if you get to a trauma center. But if you look at your rib cage, you puncture anything in your lung here, your heart, you just nick it, you're going to bleed, you're going to, in trauma it's called tension, pneumatics, and, cardiac tamponade. So depending on where you get it, you get it here, you got a shot because your internal organs will move out of the way. And even if you take a shot here, you probably could survive it if you get to the hospital within an hour. But yeah, anything else, if I'm here, if I even nick them just enough and cause a little bit of bleeding inside that sac, he's done. The heart sac will fill up with blood.
And what always happens, this always happens in a knife fight. When he and I are moving, the moment he thrusts, I will probably thrust too. Believe it or not, you practice, you'll find you might get the hit first, and you'll feel the other person hitting you right at that point because they're not dead at that point. That's the bad thing about real knife fighting is that, unlike the movies, the other person, if they have a knife, is probably stabbing the moment you're getting stabbed because it's a reflex. Think about it. I'm trying to hurt him, he's trying to hurt me. As he thrusts, that's when I have a chance to thrust. And 85% die.
So
One
then,
usually 2 hours after.
so then the key is to try to
That's what we do.
nick
We attack the hand.
Right, it's all about disarm.
so that he, in the hope that
We'll
he
go
drops
into
it.
Or,
We'll
yeah,
go
right.
into that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
No, you're correct.
not to be macho man.
No. Right. No, you don't. In fact, the worst thing you can do is try to stab the person because the moment you do that, you're open. And you really are open. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that to me, but people can do what they want to do. All right. Let's go to stance. Let's go to how to hold a knife. Let's go to what that means, and then we'll take it from there. The stance we use is that stance everyone loves so much, which is this forward stance where you can move from it. Okay. The reason I like this is you can move off it. Now, it's a little different than how most people are doing it, so we'll go over it again. If Reno's facing me, Reno's facing me. You see how we're standing? Okay. You notice we're not in front of each other. We're not this way.
We're here.
We're here. We're actually sideways to each other. And we're like this. Now, more so with a knife.
Yeah, go ahead.
More so with a knife, because you want to minimize your targets. Okay? Yeah, and your observation is really good. Our basic thing is to do what he just did. We're just going here. We're not even interested in anything else. We don't care. And we're also defensive, which means that if he's defensive and I'm attacking, you see how many times he can do something because I'm stalking him. I'm trying to get him to do something. What is he doing?
He's setting himself up in a pattern. I'm picking up a pattern on him. He's doing this, so I'm timing him.
Yeah.
He'll get into broken rhythm, but there's a pattern when he stalks. There's the pattern. There's the pattern. There's the pattern. You know, I can just time it.
Because he's being defensive.
Yeah.
Now, this is the only time ever that I want you guys, you're getting a lot of information, I hope you retain this, that I want you to go back. You will never be able to go on an angle. Never ever in a knife fight will you go on an angle. Tell them.
No.
Correct?
No.
It's too fast.
But I'm back on my front
No,
foot.
no.
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm saying this is the
Yeah.
only, I'm making that distinction. Everything for anything else, I don't care what other weapons you use, I don't care, empty hand, you don't go back. This is the only time I'm telling you, you'll go back. You know why? You won't have any choice. I don't care how you train.
You can't go to the blind side?
We've tried. It's too
impossible.
You know what? It's too quick when I'm doing. If he tries, even as fast as he is, if he tries to go there, he's across my sight.
It's too fast.
And if he goes this way, he's really dead. But if he even goes here, all I gotta do is just flick it.
You know what the
I
difference
see it,
is?
you know?
And if you fight somebody like him who's really quick, and Reno's quick, you'll never get there. The reason why is you're not moving the body, you're just moving your arm.
Yeah. I'm just
If
flicking,
I'm moving,
flicking from
think
here.
about this. I'm here.
Yeah.
I want to move here.
I
I got to move all of me.
Because I
From there
don't
to there.
have to have any power. It's not like I got to step and punch him
Right,
with
you
my
don't
empty
have to do
hand.
anything.
I'm just flicking a knife. That's all I'm doing.
So think about this. Even if I'm quick and I move, it's too fast. You can't get there. You cannot get there.
Now, how would you set up your stance and your positioning if one person was the other hand?
Oh, that's okay.
A lefty.
I'll go lefty.
Oh, okay.
I'll go lefty.
All right.
Go stay righty. I'll go lefty.
You're here like this. Same thing.
Right here. That's my weak side, but I don't care.
Yeah, because he's not.
I'm-
You're not
we're
trying to do
committing.
anything.
We're not being aggressive. I don't know how to say it. The only time I'm being aggressive.
I just didn't know, like you said, you don't want to
Yeah.
face off. You want to kind of be like side to side, and if somebody's got the other lead leg,
Well,
doesn't matter.
let's say I'm fighting him and he cuts my hand. I would transfer to my. I'm done. I take it to this hand. now.
And you
So-
can
so
go like this
You got to
too.
learn how to fight with both hands. Yeah.
But there, it isn't. You know what? That's a good question, because what you're thinking is that you can't fight well on one side versus the other.
Yeah,
That's what
right.
most people think. There's no fighting. You're not fighting. It takes so much more skill to do something empty-handed on both sides. But with a knife, if I'm on this side, all I have to do is do this silly movement. There's not a lot of stuff you got to do. Whereas if you're on your other side doing all this stuff, you really have to be coordinated, et cetera, et cetera. No, it's not really true. Now, I'm not saying you don't have to practice a little bit. Don't misunderstand that. But it's a lot less stuff you have to do on your other side. And again, it goes back to what he was talking about. He only has to move his arm.
All I got to do is stay here. Look, just stay here.
That's it.
If I overreach him, watch what happens. If I overreach him, I'm exposed. So I just stay.
stay
I
within that
stay.
range.
I stay in the knife range, which is way out here, and that's it. And I just time them. And basically, we're playing a cat and mouse game. And the first person that gets impatient and wants to do this, you're cut. You lose.
Does that make sense? The other thing is that if you pull a knife out, especially as a woman, the person is going to respect the knife. They're going to fear the knife. If they don't fear the knife and they charge you, you're going to cut them and they're going to be dead. That's the beauty of this.
You'd have a better chance in front of the jury than we would.
Yes, that's true.
I'm sure if you're in a backstand, you got a real good chance.
So there's a lot of advantages for somebody like you to pull a knife in a real situation. But the main advantage is you don't have to do much. All you have to do is just be there. And if you're here,
There's no fight. If we need a woman to go past this point, there's no fight.
and you're never going to start. You're never going to start here.
yeah.
No one, I can tell you right now.
So what ends up happening, you start out like this.
This right here.
You're gonna start bridging the
You gotta-
gap.
you gotta
You're gonna
figure
start
out-
bridging the gap, and you're gonna start moving in and try to figure out a couple flinches and maybe go high and see. And what we're doing, we're studying each other and we're timing each other in that little brief period of time. No one's committing. But if I'm done to do this, that's it. You know?
Can you discuss your grip before we start?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. There's just so much information to cover. No, there is. There's so much stuff I want you to know because I don't want you doing it wrong. That's, weapons to me, knives, sticks. Sticks are nonsense to me. No one's gonna. Where am I gonna conceal this sucker? In my leg?
Bar's still a leg.
A cane.
Go to the bar.
It could be
Go to the bar,
yeah,
they
you
go
could be a
to
cane. It could be a cane.
There you go. It's the
Bring
wizard.
that to an airplane.
You know, the other
I
part.
don't laugh. I mean, I've seen in the women's martial arts thing I went to last year, they had the cane as a weapon.
Yeah.
And you detach
Oh, yeah.
the handle if you want to.
Yeah, but like that.
The problem is, I will teach you why this is a worthless weapon. That's okay. The whole thing with weapons, with knives, I don't want you making a mistake. I want you doing the right thing. So that's why we go over this stuff. Okay, grip. What I normally, you know, the difficulty is, here's the other problem. All these are great knives. They have nothing to do with reality. More than likely, you're going to something like this, a folder, a tactical knife. You're probably not going to carry something like this. And believe it or not, although that's a good one to work with, believe it or not, these feel differently. Every knife feels differently. As an example, hold this. See how it feels? See, now I like that, but now Bill doesn't like the thickness of this.
Like this.
Yeah, I got it.
This is nice. It's nice and light.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, it just feels good in your hand.
I have that one.
Yeah.
So do I.
You know, close to the one. I have the one with the, I ran with a shared, but it looks like it's a little bit shared on it. I think it's really nasty.
See, but he can get away with it to a degree because he's a fireman, so he could always say, he could, right. And he's always theoretically on duty before he lives, so he can get away with that. I'm not sure you want to carry a tactical, but anyway. So, you want to feel how the knife feels. What we do is we hold it loose. There's a number of grips. One is called a saber grip, and the difficulty for me with this is that to me it doesn't allow you to move the wrist. So we hold it this way, like this. You're doing something like that here. Now, the problem with this is it can get knocked out of your hand. There's no doubt. It definitely can. You hold it this way, but this has an advantage. The advantage is this. The advantage is this. The advantage is when you're holding it like this, you can target. You can use your wrist. You hold it like this, you got to move the whole arm. This allows you to, see, this allows you, if he has his knife, here's an example. See, I can do this, whereas if I have this way, you have to move from your shoulder. It's too slow. All right, does it make sense? It is too slow. Now, the difficulty is, hold it right.
Yeah, hold it right.
No, yeah. The difficulty is, and I'm not saying somebody's going to do that, but you can be knocked out of your hand. That's the downside. But I think the advantage of movement is so quick that it's worth the risk.
Even if I hit his body and I want to damn it, kill him, it's here and I can cut. I'm in the thumb where here it's play around with your wrist. It's like a golf swing. It's like
You know what? Do that.
You know?
Grip this thing like a saber grip, and then try to move it. Then grip it like this and try to move it. You'll see the huge difference. The other thing, too, guys, don't move from your shoulders. We're not going to talk about that today. But
That's the other part of the band.
yeah, I know. He's going to teach you guys on not
Yeah,
to move
there's a
from your
little bit
shoulders.
of trick with the band, how to move from correctly.
So with the knife, you don't move from the shoulder.
You never move from the shoulders.
No,
right?
because you know what? You can see this. Like if I'm watching you, see right there, you're stimulating me. I can see this. So when you move that, and plus, here's your range. Where if you don't move from your shoulder, look how much more range you get. You get that extra 2 inches.
That's got it.
The difference between this and this.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If I move my shoulder,
You saw it.
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I gain about another 6 inches if I can move. Well, if I got the knife, it's this. Watch, you're not watch. Here, you block it, right?
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I just stopped it. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Yeah.
You don't want to, and the other thing too, you don't want to move from the shoulder. Reno was saying it. You see the shoulder.
Yeah.
You always see the
there's
shoulder.
some, I mean, I had to learn it the hard way. I mean, he just assumes we all know things great, but we all learned it the hard way, and we found a couple little tricks we can teach you guys with the elbow and the whole thing of how the arm actually, the humerus bone moves. So that's different. That's later on.
So the grip this way, you have the blade edge up, and you're holding that. You don't hold it down. You hold.
These flies are biting.
Putting it in a knife.
Want some bug spray?
These, huh?
I got bug spray.
Yeah. Oh no, these fly just fit pretty good.
Okay,
Don't
so
get too far over. Start videotaping that.
here you are. You like this. Okay? You don't hold the knife down. If you're really fighting somebody, that knife is up. Okay? But there's a reason. For
Elbows
that.
are in.
There's a reason for that. If I have my knife here, and if you're foolish enough, like a lot of boxers today, hold their hands down, and I know it, you can't come up. It's impossible to come up fast. He can come down much quicker than you can go up, or even move. Does it make sense? Okay. So what you're doing when you do that, watch how.
Let me hand down. Go ahead.
If I'm here, see, it's just this.
Yeah.
All you have to do, just slap it down. That's why you learn to turn it. You turn it as you go down.
Because it'd be tempting to fight someone shorter and have my knife here.
Yeah. And
You know, because of height, but you know, you're here. Yeah, and it's in his face.
and that makes me more respectful.
Yeah, he's gonna back up because it's in his face. Trust me. If this is in his face, he's not gonna come in. You know,
That's interesting. Yeah. Psychological.
psychological. Like if you're fighting Joe, you think you drop your hands because the target's here, but technically you just gave him the advantage.
Let me tell you another secret. I'm going to pass this on, no charge. This is important though. Reno and I discovered this. What's that secret?
Oh, refresh my memory. Oh, it's continuous motion. If I stand like a statue, I can't move. But if I'm just moving in here, now look, see, my brain, he can't get me because I don't have to think about moving. But if I'm a statue and I'm like this, see, I can't.
Play with it, guys. Turns toward your shoulder.
With empty hands too.
Is anyone empty?
Oh yeah.
Take your gun out.
Really stupid for not having your gun or your knife with you, but let's say you don't.
Throw your wife over me.
All right. If you have any questions or disagreements with what I'm about to say, please talk about them because this to me is very important. Now, once you're standing in, you first, I personally believe there's no good way to defend yourself if you don't have a knife or weapon. That said, I'm going to show you, and you're going to play with, probably the best method to minimize the damage you do to yourself. Okay? You're here, you're giving him this target. What you're hoping is that he either goes for this target or he's stupid enough to try to stab you. Okay? So if he goes to this target, you're moving. Okay? If he goes to this target, you're moving. Now I'll show you what happens after that. If he stabs, you're moving. Okay? Don't ever believe that there's any good defense against a knife fighter. There isn't. He will stab the hell out of you. I've been doing this for years. I was in the military. I was a military policeman, so I was taught stupid stuff. Scab over here. This was the old way of doing this.
I still teach that.
We taught that, really?
Yeah.
Really? He was in the Marine Corps.
No,
He was in the Marine Corps.
They still teach that.
They still teach that? Because they don't want you guys to have any hands after 2 days? Did that seem stupid to you even when you're being taught it?
Yeah, and it was supposed to be the new green belt stuff
Really?
that
Should
they're
it?
doing. That's the new, yeah.
It makes no sense. Think about this, guys. He stabs, I go,
Guess what?
Slice your
but you know what?
but I can go through it.
I got to tell you that no one knew that this was a bad thing until about 10 years ago when the Filipino stuff started to get popular. And what he just did is what the Filipinos would do. They would just slice you. Okay, there's another one I've seen. In fact, the teacher that does this is a friend of mine, Filipino. Straight. They will teach you to do this.
Grab the knife?
Yep.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yep. Now,
crazy.
it's not the top. They don't have the blade up.
Yeah.
Blade's still here.
Yeah.
But can you imagine trying to grab somebody's knife? There's another one they teach where you grab the whole thing like this and hold it tight.
It's like the samurai sword, right?
That's right.
Iron claw.
That works
Coming
pretty
to your
well.
head, yeah.
Oh, that worked.
Just the last
When
one.
they
don't want
punch you and
fingers.
you've caught the punch.
The other stupid stuff, as far as I'm concerned, is that the guy stabs and you're going to be able to do all of this stuff. In training, you can, absolutely. But Reno will tell you, and Ken's been doing this for a while, and Bill does it too. We've learned, right?
Yeah.
There's no good knife defenses, honestly.
Run.
Yeah, run. But this will allow you, if you're here, he goes here, boom, right to the eyes here. You want to control this, but you just keep jabbing right into the eyes. That's it. He stabs, you're here, boom, eyes. I would let go here, but anyways, you're not fighting the person. The moment, here's why, guys. The moment he stabs, I do this. See what he did? He stabs, I do that. See what occurs? Big difference.
Yeah.
Very important. Goes back to stimulus. The more stimulus I give him, he's going to do something. If he stabs, I don't give him stimulus, he can't do anything. Think about it.
So you need to control that, but not by gripping it tightly.
You don't grip at
It's-
all.
it's-
It's very light.
And watch me move. It's almost like the bullfighter in the bull.
Yeah.
He's letting me
Moving on an
commit.
angle.
If he
Yeah.
stops my commitment, then that stimulates me to go to the next move. But if I commit and I'm stuck in motion forever and ever and ever until I stop.
Yeah.
But if he stops me prematurely,
I do.
see, there's the live hand comes in, boom,
Yeah.
I got him. Because
Makes sense?
I'm
Yeah.
you know, people who do this have done it 10,000, 20,000 times this way. So he's going to stimulate me this. Now all of a sudden they've never seen this before. They go through it. My brain can't pick what just happened.
You can't change
Goes
it.
back
can't
to
change it.
everything else.
They're
That's
stuck
what
in
we
motion.
talked. Yeah, what we were kidding about before, changing muscle stuff.
Yeah.
You don't do that in the moment. It takes years. So that's why you do it that way. The other thing. I don't have a weapon. I can't figure out what to do. He does. That's what you do. Take something out of your stupid pocket and use it. I'm not going to suggest you throw your keys because you might need those. But I always carry. It's in the. Actually, it's in the house.
I always carry my asthma.
Well, yeah, the pocket will change.
I carry a change purse.
Got that back?
I carry a change purse. I always have change in it. Always. If you have change,
Yeah, just change.
good thing it's not much money here. You just like that.
Can you get your belt off sometimes?
Yeah, you could, but that takes a little
hard.
time.
Didn't you have a little vial
I
of BBs?
have that in the house. I always carry, not always, but usually, I carry a vial of BBs. And they're small enough to go in the eye. So I have 10 of those. I go like that. They're in his eyes.
It's like what the bad guys do.
Well, they might, I don't know.
We fool around with shoes. And you know what? If you can get your shoe off fast enough and get that one here, the pad, you know what? You got a little chance. You can get off fast enough.
You get it off.
Use your
That's
shoe
the
as a
problem.
shield, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With your hands.
Yeah,
Now you're not
but
afraid of knife
if you
anymore.
slip into and out of your
You're not
shoes,
afraid of hand.
you can
You
do
go
it
after a knife with
actually,
your shoe.
it'll even give you a little bit more of a confidence
Now
booster.
watch. See now, see now he's using that as a weapon.
Oh, that's
Because if I go to block with my hand and I do something wrong, I mean, there I am, I'm cut. But I've got this,
Yeah.
now I can do,
Yeah.
now I can move. What? I'm used to slipping my shoes on and off. You tie them tight, you got a problem. That defense is out the door.
Hold on a second.
Is that called the New Balance defense then?
I actually saw a fight where they let the guy take his shoes off. He's like, wait, let me get my shoes off. In high school. No, high school. In high school.
Well, usually in high school, the fight is about the shoes.
Yeah,
Give me those shoes.
Give me those shoes.
Somebody steals them while you're in line.
No, I was kidding. I was laughing. I couldn't believe it.
Now, can you use a coat around your arm too, like
You can
a
use anything.
jacket or something?
Absolutely. The only problem is that if you use a thing around your, that's fine, but you haven't done anything to take the knife away. You just protected your arm.
Right.
You have to be able to do something from that point. But what I'm suggesting is you have a lot of stuff on you that you can use to the eyes.
If you got time.
You have
I mean, if I'm like this, doing this to him, he has no time. But he sees the knife, I'm approaching him, he's got time.
Actually, he's bringing up something else. There's too much stuff to cover. Let me borrow this
That's
one.
good.
Are any of you carrying? You know, I don't have it with me either. Okay, you probably know that knives now are in black. Why are they in black? So,
Yeah, I thought it was a style.
yeah, it's Marine Corps recon. So, It's night. Reno's walking, I'm walking. I have a black knife. I go like this. You can't see it. It's not possible. So what that brings up is awareness. If you're somewhere where you don't know the people and it's dark, stay away from everybody. I hate to tell this story, but a very, 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 very good friend of mine, this is in the 80s, she was walking home from Cleveland State. And I told her what not to do, and she was doing everything. She was wearing heels. She was really a very pretty girl. She still is. She had tight clothes on. She was walking near East 14th, down the street. Van pulled up. She told me she was off the street in less than 2 seconds. Van opened up. 2 guys grabbed her, put her in the van, and she... So what I'm saying is, be aware. Things happen very, very, very quickly. I want you to see something. What are you going to do? I'm just going to stand there. Okay. Watch. Oh. What was that, half a second? Nanosecond? I don't know. Should we time it? I'm just joking.
It's on
Let me see
video.
that again.
Should we do it again?
You can check it later.
The point is, things happen really fast. They really do. You really have to be... My suggestion is that if you have concerns about weapons defense and that, practice a little bit. You got to practice. Your skills decrease 80% within a month if you don't do something. Period. That's it for all of us. So you got to do stuff. With weapons, don't approach it casually because you can't. You can make a mistake empty-handed. You can make a mistake grappling. You can make a mistake with many things. No mistakes. No mistakes. You can even make a mistake with a gun, and you might get away okay. This is a little more unforgiving. I have more respect for a knife than I do. And a gun doesn't scare me, to be honest with you. It's only going to do two. It's going to do one of three things. I'm going to get killed. I'm going to get wounded. That's it. This, or miss. That's the third. This can really mess you up. And healing from getting deep cuts, not fun, guys. Okay. I knew I had somewhere else to go with the knife stuff.
You're doing empty hand.
Yes. And I was showing them that with the stuff.
Walking with the loved one or something like that? Or is that?
No, hell with the loved one.
Yeah, okay.
Reno covered the live hand.
The live hand.
Did you talk about that at all?
No, I didn't. Not
Okay.
with Sandy and Craig. Before we get to that, because the live hand I found to be pretty useless. I don't know. What have you found with that?
For empty hand?
For real stuff. Oh, I mean,
Sorry.
live hand.
If I'm attacking you, saying the live hand. The live hand's this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant for the live hand. Yeah.
Let's go through empty hand stuff so you guys get a sense of that at least so you can practice that a little bit. Before we do that, do you have any other questions about any of the stuff we covered? Because I know we haven't covered very much today, so... And then Reno's stuff is really interesting. We'll get into that. Yes?
You have any experience with tear gas and the likes?
Oh, yeah.
I've been exposed to it, but yeah, I don't. Every time I've been exposed to it, we've had some respiratory protection on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we do get people who have been exposed to it, but yeah, once you can't see, you're right, you're screwed. Yeah. I actually been exposed to a live nerve agent, but that's a whole different story. Last year.
What'd you do to her?
No, that's actually kind of cool. But, yeah. No, that part, no. As far as riot gear and stuff, no. We get the aftermath of it.
Right.
When people are hurt.
And pepper spray. Don't ask me why, but sometimes it works great and sometimes it doesn't. The difficulty
That's all
is
depending on the wind and.
you're not, well, and some people can take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
you're not going to know until you do it, and you might not want the results of that because sometimes it just irritates people and they kill you. It doesn't always work, so I don't do anything that doesn't always work. So I wouldn't suggest that, but that's up to you guys. If you do buy it and you do carry it, you should test it every month. The way you test it is that you spray a little bit into a saucer, and then you put your eyes over it. If your eyes water, you know it's working. If it's not watering, throw the sucker away and get some more. That's how you test it. Don't spray it in your eyes. Spray it in the saucer, put it over, and you'll
But you didn't
feel
go over it. Spitting.
Oh yeah, spitting.
I got gum in my mouth. spit in his mouth, spit at him, you know what I'm saying? Enough to give him the,
Spit in my mouth?
well, enough to give him the, like, flinch, you go after him, you know? I mean, if I don't have a weapon, yeah,
No, spit.
put them out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing you should know, talking about something like that, if somebody's talking, they can't move the weapon. If somebody's holding a gun on you, and they're talking, they can't pull the trigger. If he's,
Hey, get down there, get
you can't do it. If he's not talking, that's a problem. But if he's talking,
Come on, get down the ground.
Why is that?
you can't do two things at the same time.
Yeah.
That's why we can't text and drive.
How do you chew gum then?
That's the 88, that takes care of the
If somebody's talking to you, that's when you want to move. If they have a weapon on you, even a gun.
I've learned that when you want to hang up on somebody on the phone, hang up while you're talking. They think you get disconnected.
Oh, yeah.
If you hang up when they're talking, they just figure you hung up on me.
Yeah.
But we say, now look, I got to tell you one more thing that,
Yeah.
oh, we got disconnected.
One guy I saw-
That's a good
I
idea.
learned something. I learned something.
I like that.
I remember that, yeah, okay. One guy was a bouncer in England, he always asked a question to the guy. How's your mom? You know, see the Indians? And it was enough to distract people when he was a bouncer in England for like 30 years. That was one of his things he'd always go. He knew something was going to go down. He said, so how's your mom? And the guy go, what?
Well, I'll give you another. He's coming at me. Stop.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That's a good one.
Honestly.
Just preconditioned.
Right,
Yeah.
because you're here, stop. People, they will stop, almost always.
Wow.
Yep.
Almost always. So keep that in your head, that's a real important thing. Okay, any questions before we try some of the empty-hand stuff? All right, let me ask you another question that's more logistical. It's 12-something, is it 12:30 yet?
12:34.
Okay. We got a little ahead of the schedule, which is fine. Reno's going to do bands next. After we're done with this, do you want to take a break and eat something? Take a little break because it'll only be like maybe 1 o'clock, 1:30 when we start back. That gives us 3 hours before the ferry goes for people leaving. What would you like to do?
Yeah, why don't we break for?
Okay. Break an hour or whatever?
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe not even.
Well, we can break for an hour. But, all right, let me show you what I'd like to try. You're going to be back. Okay, he's going to go here for the hand, okay? The reason why, this is really the only target he has. He doesn't really have any other target. And Sandy found this to be true. If he comes at me and I'm in the stance, it's so long that you can move out of the way pretty easily. But for self-defense purposes, he's there. What I'd like you to do is move, hit the eyes, hit the eyes, hit the eyes. That's what you're doing.
How many times you hit the eyes?
Sifu, this is one of the few times I've seen you move in.
Well,
Usually you're
No, but he didn't move in.
The reason for that, he's going that way,
Okay.
okay? And he can't do anything. He's stuck.
Right.
Right?
But
Again, realize this is not empty hand.
but he still isn't.
Going to
do-
45.
Yeah, do that again because. Notice. See now.
All right, I got to draw this
You see.
triangle.
You see where he is?
Yeah.
He's not here.
Come here. Get back in the stance. He's going to move on one of those angles. Ready? Ready? See?
Oh,
He's
okay.
not coming
See,
at me.
he did not come at him.
Yeah.
See that?
If he would have come this way,
Right.
You always got to visualize the triangle. I'm at the base of the triangle. He's at the point. He's going to move on one of those two angles. No matter what he does, he always moves on one of those angles. If we have a tendency to go
Gotcha.
into the triangle, he stays out.
So he's on the inside of your arm, but the outside of your body.
He's still on that angle.
Coming in here, but moving there. There you go. Okay.
and play with that because you'll see if you go right in, it's a whole different story.
Yeah.
If he comes in on me, like, see, my hand's here, boom, you know what I'm saying? But if he goes to the angle
So
on
if he
me,
goes here,
see, he's taking this away from me.
and I'm not confronting him, which is what he's saying. Does it make sense?
Yeah. I think
Stimulus.
That weakens your ability to do anything with that knife too.
Well,
'cause
my
now
hand,
you're-
hand's here, my other hand's here, and
Broken.
I'm at a very vulnerable point because he's here. But if he's here on me, I have this. I'm here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I
The other
see it
thing-
through.
The other thing that people will do with a weapon, they will hold on to the weapon. And they'll focus on the weapon. He won't even think about that unless I'm here.
Yeah.
If I'm here, he'll start thinking of that. Put that down.
Yeah, we do sticks.
Yeah, we're gonna do sticks, but you just have to cooperate. Okay, we're fighting with sticks. He grabs a stick. Okay. Now, most people, when they grab the second stick, they'll think, boom. That's all you have to do. Same thing, same principle. The difficulty is the people want the weapon. If they have two weapons, they're happy as heck. Okay? But that's what happened.
Would you give up the knife?
Would I give up the knife?
You gave up the stick. Would you give up the knife?
I would never give a knife up.
It depends on where you are on this.
See, if I'm here like this, I'm not trying to fight the knife.
Would I give it up here?
Yeah.
Maybe, because I can, or
Yeah.
let's say he had me around like
He
this.
might.
He had me around here. I may give it up just to.
He might.
I don't know.
Because he's trained now, and he does things
There's
innovatively.
a certain point where we're going to smother each other.
Yeah.
That
that.
It doesn't help
It doesn't help. If we got the sticks, watch. If we got the sticks and we smother each other, what's the sense of having the stick? You might just drop it. And,
Right. These aren't really
Yeah.
good weapons, to be honest. They're really not. You can take a lot of beating with a stick. I think sticks are like kicks, and when you and I started, when Ken started, kicks were the big thing because we thought kicks could hurt each other. Now we know kicks can't hurt each other. The problem is they haven't figured out sticks really can't hurt you either. So, I mean, if you know how to fight with it and you know how to fight against it, it's not going to hurt
but
you.
if you know the mechanics behind a stick and you can do some of this stuff. Now I'm at the car wash. He's got a knife.
Go.
Or car, getting that gas, and I can
keep
pick up.
distance.
I pick up the windshield wiper thing, and I turn it like this. I still can use it like a stick.
This
I
is
can
the
create
time.
some distance on it.
You're right about that. This is the time a stick is worthwhile.
Yeah, let's say I go to Indians game and my kid brings home a baseball bat like this, and that's all I got in my car. Look,
This
he's
is
not
the
going to
only
win.
time. This is
Yeah.
the only time. In fact, I will say,
Interesting thing.
I would say in my experience,
I keep this in my car. It's kind of nice. And slow.
I'd rather be this way and fight him than have a knife. Because I'm limited. If I have a knife, I can only do one thing. I can stab him. But I have to get to him. He can clobber me. If I'm like this,
Yeah.
I don't mind going in. I can't go in if I have the knife. Here, play with it. Try.
I won't hurt you. Everybody's screaming wow.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not
I mean,
coming
like a
in
dummy, but you know
Drop
what I'm
the
saying?
knife. Throw the knife away. No, throw the knife away. Now get him. Go.
Yeah.
No, don't be
See,
afraid.
yeah, right.
Don't be afraid.
Look, there's no power. There's no
Yeah.
power in trying to do this to you.
Good. But if you have the knife, pick the knife up again. If you have the
Watch,
knife,
watch. I'm here. Pap. I just pop
so
to the
you
head.
can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're not going to charge him.
Right.
But drop the knife. Drop the knife. Get rid of it. Now, would you charge him? Sure. Why not? That's my point.
It's weird.
Couldn't you still do some of the same principles to move in with the knife?
Yeah, you would think that.
No.
You would think you could. You would think you'd be able to use that just like an empty hand, but I guess your mind goes to cutting now.
I guess it's more a mental thing, but
Do it. It's okay. We're not going to hurt you.
You're living like a free bird.
Okay, now. Whoops. You don't have the knife.
no problem.
Just
Everybody does it.
Right.
No, you're not moving now.
all right,
Well,
that doesn't
because
make
you,
sense.
Is
Is that one of those psychological things again?
If you get me here, there's no power.
Yeah. Ours at the end
If
of
you
it.
let me get to there on you, there's power. So if you time it, there's no power.
Right.
But if you got a knife in your hand, I'll say I'm not gonna hurt you, and I'm able to do that to you. I just knocked, boom, you're out. But watch, now but get my hand here, there's no power. So it all depends on when you catch my hand. You
When you have a
understand?
knife, you're thinking,
When you got a knife, you're stuck. And all I gotta do is pop that. All I gotta do is pop that hand, and I won.
so you think you can still charge in with the knife, but you really can't.
Plus,
Go,
plus
just
you do work differently if he's got a
Yes.
knife or not, too.
What? The only way, maybe it's different here, Joe. And I got a knife, and I come maybe in this stance, then maybe I can take
sorry.
that. Okay, see?
Yeah.
But if I'm like this, he's got me. But if I come in this stance and take the, you know what I'm saying? Maybe use it as a shield, I got a chance to get by that baseball bat or get the shoe out.
It's hard to do.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I'm not going to use the bat, that'll hurt you. The other thing with this,
I've got padded sticks there. if you want.
yeah, that's right, Chico.
The red one
Take the
there.
red one.
Yeah,
Take the red
Red
one.
one, that's
You're
perfect.
the red one,
one
Joe.
right there?
No, that's not it.
Yes.
That's
Yeah, that's it. It's
I
perfect.
had it.
You
The other
go.
thing is that you guys keep forgetting, he comes in,
Yeah.
so you're here. Reverse the knife.
Ouch.
No, here, yeah. See, if he's there, yeah. See. All right? I mean, all you have to do is stay away.
Yeah.
He drops the knife. He charges. See, he
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
he can take the hit. Yeah, you can take it.
What if you turn the knife around like a dagger and use it like just
go
use
ice
your
pick.
fist, you know?
Go ice
And then if you at least hold on to the knife still.
If I go ice pick.
Still thinking of caught.
Like you could just keep it there and use your elbows and like you would normally fight, you just still hold on. You'd retain your weapon at least. I don't know how to fight.
We're hit with the
I'm
pads.
just
Trust me.
We've been hit with these.
Here, we hit with the. You know, that's
Right.
that's your bone.
You can't take too many of those.
Can't take those. In fact, we've experimented. We've had pads. We've had pads on, gloves on.
In fact,
Get the lacrosse gloves.
Literally.
I had these pretty good fire gloves there at Cavallaro, and we full out those, and no, it hurts. You're gonna drop the knife.
And if the person just stays away a little, I won't do this. Sorry. If I stay away from them a little bit, let's say reverse. No,
Here.
no, and change your stance. There you go.
See, he's gonna target. I know, yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Wow, ooh.
Going for the live hand.
Yeah, there goes my live hand. Now I'm like this. Now am I really gonna come in?
Yeah.
I gotta have a set of balls on him, then PCP, because that's the next shot.
Yeah.
He's
It's
just
hard
gonna
to
knock
do.
me out.
And I realize it doesn't look like it should be, but that's why we play with this stuff. That's why I'm giving you what I'm giving you, because this is what actually works.
And this is not a concealed weapon. I mean, everybody goes to Indians game, this little trophies. I keep some in my car.
In fact, the other thing I bought, some of you might know about, I have a aluminum baseball bat that I carry in the car.
Now we fool around with an ass, but you gotta grip it differently because it's not weighted. It's probably, but you're better off maybe.
Are those any good?
No.
No, watch it's like this. If he's got a knife and I got this, then I'll keep it like this. Because look, I can keep him away.
And that really hurts.
Yeah,
This is
go ahead
steel.
and go
This
ahead
is
and
metal.
just hit yourself with that thing.
Oh, that's got some weight to it.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But if you open it
See,
up,
open it.
it's not weighted right. You can't use it like a stick.
Yeah, no.
No.
It's off balance.
No, actually, I would flip it. I would actually use it like this, more this way.
And even then it's, yeah.
I broke it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walmart's got a little baseball bat for about $9.
That's a kid's
It's a little kid's bat, a little bigger than
nice
that,
one.
aluminum,
This is
real
nice one.
light. Just leave it in the wrapper.
My kids were in
Everything
T-ball.
fit.
I had a
thought
4.
you were going to use it as a weapon. You bought it for your nephew or something.
have
It's a
one of those.
birthday present.
My kid was
Yeah.
in T-ball, 4-ounce bat. You know, T-ball, 4 years old. That thing is nice. You can move that thing like a stick, and it's aluminum. And hey, officer, my kid plays T-ball. You know what I'm saying? It's in my car.
Yeah.
You know.
Against a knife, it works really well. I mean, it really does. Right. What the hell were you doing?
Another tangent.
All right. So what we're doing.
Yeah, we were going to practice the open hand.
Yeah. Okay. So you're here. He slashes. Boom, boom, boom. That's what you're doing. Anything else, you're foolish. You do not want to tie up. You do not want to grapple. You do not. All you're trying to do, you're here, bam, 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 and then if you can't strip the knife or just leave. Because once you hit their eyes, they can't do anything. They're not going to be able to do it. Straight thrust, you're here. This comes to the side. You come in this way, come in this way. That's all you're doing. If you want to strip the knife, you can do that. But people will have a tendency to hold that knife. The moment you start this, they'll tell you, you fight. Don't fight.
Yeah,
You
watch.
don't wanna fight.
If he grabs my wrist, I can always turn the wrist.
Right.
See, I can do it. Turn.
But if he comes to me straight, here,
See, I can't.
See,
He's not giving me any stimulus right now. I'm stuck in
and you'll see that when you
the
try.
air. You know.
Does that make sense? Grab partner.
Take him and wrap the weights. So if we're bench pressing, we wrap the band on the floor, so as you're benching off, it pull you back down, and it would add resistance. It was just a way of building explosiveness. And then when I joined Strong Style, and I knew Marcus back going back to the first open. Well, we grew up as kids, but I knew when we opened that gym, my kids. So that had to be like 15, 17 years ago, because my daughter was real little. And they were doing all this resistance. So what they do, they do this for conditioning. They put the band on, and they would do exercises like, come out, run, the resistance, pull back, run, and you can feel the resistance. And if you're not forward, it's going to sling you back. Okay? So I had an opportunity to help coach a couple of wrestlers, so I used to teach the wrestlers. Come here, Paul. I'll use Paul as an example. To teach the wrestlers how to stay forward, we put them in the bands and just move around a bit. Just move around. And if I'm not forward, Yeah, the band's pulling back, but my hips go back. See what happens to me? It flings me back. So what this is teaching you to do is keep your hips forward. So as long as my hips are forward, I can stay, just move around for you. See, I can stay forward, I'm balanced on them. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm fighting the resistance this way, and I'm fighting him. So a lot of it was due for conditioning. So then, one day, you know, with Joe, we're thinking, okay, how can I get my hips relaxed, shoulders relaxed, so on and that. So one day I just started fooling around, wrapping around here. So here's, a lot of stuff was for rehab. Let me get the purple band. It's a little bit easier on my joint. I'll wrap it. So one day I was just fooling around. You know, Joe's always saying, you gotta move from your back. You gotta move from your back, right? And we all do this. Well, here's the way I found a way to cheat. This is for rehabbing your rotary cuff. I just take the band on the wrist, wrap it, and I would just come out and I would stretch. When I'm stretching, the band's gonna win. No matter how much I resist, the band and gravity's gonna win. And the more I let go, as you can see, I'm pulling from my back now here, and it's breaking up all that scar tissue. So now, for me to move the band, I have to move from my back. If I move from my shoulder, see what happens? Yeah. So watch, for me to move that band, see I have to move from my back. See my elbow rotates in? Okay, now how is that relevant? Well, this is the negative side, so when you punch, your arm comes back on that angle. Arm comes forward on that angle, your arm comes back on that angle when you're punching. Okay, punching isn't with the elbow out, punching is with the elbow comes in, and I'll show you the positive part of this, when it comes back on that same angle, you'll feel that. So if I'm punching with these, it's the same thing. For me to move the band, my elbow has to be here. If my elbow pops out, it's shoulder, okay? But watch, here, I'm moving from my back. So it's like me throwing punches, boom, and then you can feel, this is how fast. Now you see how much the band's pulling me back? If I just let the band win every time, I'm building speed. So now when I drop the band, okay, you know, this is how we would do it, right? But see, with the band, I'll take the green band because it's heavier. These are all different thickness. To move the green band, I really have to move. I can't move. If it's shoulders, look what happens. If it's arm, I can't move it. But if I move from my back, if I'm punching, I have to move perfectly. Forward, and then I drop the band and just remember what it felt like. So it's kind of a muscle memory type of thing, all right? That works on elbows. I found out that, and this is out of a rehab thing, how people rehab their shoulders. Wrap it around, get my elbow, get so that I'm here, I make an X, and now I'm throwing move the band, I have to move from the back. It's not, if I move from my shoulder, I can't move it, but to move the band, I have to move from my back. So once again, when I drop the band, and I'm throwing elbows, I remember what it felt like, okay? On my legs, let me tie this one around that tree real quick. I gotta get the band down a little bit.
Let's move some of these.
And these are simple. The band, a big band like this probably costs $25, $20. Here, let me just wrap this real quick.
Do you have those knotted for a reason?
Yeah, because I want to combine them.
Okay.
Like I tied 3 of these together.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I thought that was just one.
No, they're 3 together.
Okay.
The problem is getting them apart is tough.
Okay.
But, so watch, when you come through, you just, here, I make a loop, come through the loop. And I'll show you, there's some YouTube videos on stuff now. Watch, this is how I have real tight IT band, you know, the thing that connects here. Remember I told you my knees are hurt, and it wrapped on my knees hurt. So this is how I stretch it out. And one day, by stretching it out, I kind of found this by accident. I make a knee brace. So here, now watch. And one day I was fooling around with this, and I could feel it stretching. So when Joe says go in the proper stance, well, there's the proper stance right there. That's that stance. And I can get there because the band is taking some of the weight off my leg. You can remember what it feels like to have your knee over your toe. This is how I rehab my IT band. And I'll move it like this. This is the positive way of doing it. This is actually out of a physical therapist. They show me how to do this. And then the other way to do it is the negative side of it is take it on my knee, go to balls of my feet, come back, and you can feel what it feels like to be in that back stance.
If your hips are back, you can't bend.
Yeah. If your hips are back, you can't do it. Your hips always have to be forward. And in our system, the hips always has to be forward. If your hips are back, you can't move. And it teaches you how you can feel a good stretch on it. Now, there's a whole stretching routine I do with these things. Another way to do it would be take the band out this way, and you can't stay right here very fast. Usually the post. Post up, and I can stretch my hips out. This is too strong. I use the black one, but there's a whole way of doing it that way. So once again, if I was working with Ken, I could put the band around me, go in our stance, and for me to see how my hips are, I have to stay forward or the band's going to pop me back. If I just had my hip back slightly, see, it slings me back and I'm wrong. So let's say I'm practicing with the knife. See, my hips are forward. See, I have to keep everything forward with the band. If I go back, see what happens to me? So it's kind of a trick on always staying in this stance, because you have the band as resistance going back, and you'll feel it. One, you're strengthening your legs. By doing all this stuff, you're going to strengthen your legs, especially if I'm going to punch. You know, if I get two bands and I want to do leads, I'm here and I'm just popping, but see, I'm building all this up. You're building your pecs. You can feel yourself work. If I want to make an arm exercise, just pop my elbow up. If I want to practice our system, if I have a knife here, I'm just going to, see, for me to move that, I have to move from my back. If that elbow pops out, you know, it becomes a pec exercise, you'll feel it. So I'm here. I can just move it, move it, move it. So now I'm just popping that jab. Well, what we found out is that we don't have a problem with the positive part. It's the negative part that we fight coming back. And with the band, you can't fight that coming back. You'll feel this coming back. And once you feel that, you'll have 100% of what Joe's been talking about, being relaxed. Because we get this part pretty good, but then we fight this coming back. And a lot of it is flexibility in the rotary cuff. You know, just if you move your elbow like this, you can feel your rotary cuff spin. Well, a lot of the times, if you lift weights or do a lot of pushing exercises, you don't strengthen the rotary cuff up. And a lot of it is just being able to rotate that rotary cuff. And a lot of this stuff was built out of rehabbing your joints. So, stretching routine, I can show you real quick.
Stay with me.
Yeah.
Let's not do this.
Okay.
The reason why I wanted him to do this, show it to you, is that, one, hardly anybody ever feels what they're to do. This is the perfect way. This is why I like so much what Reno's found out. And he'll tell you, this is the perfect way to find out if you're actually moving correctly. And it really is. I mean,
You can't cheat.
you can't cheat, and it tells you, it gives you feedback, which is really kind of good. We've been working on, and all of them will tell you, we've been working on people getting this part relaxed for umpteen years. He's finally had a breakthrough with this stuff, which is why I wanted him to do it today, because the quicker you can feel this, you can really feel this. And I know, I'm sorry I'm emphasizing that, but I can guarantee you, all of you will tell me, I'm moving from my back, and no, you're not. And you don't believe me, and that's fine. But he'll tell you that was always the problem.
Yeah, we always thought we were moving from our backs, we weren't.
Yeah. So this is a way to actually feel it.
If you look at Joe's back here, I mean,
Yeah, we
take a shirt, take a shirt. We're all too embarrassed. On the anatomy, okay? Traps. Your traps come down here. Your traps actually attach here. They're diamond shaped. So when he goes to pick his arm up there, that's the trap. That's this muscle here. What happens when we go pick our arm up, we move with the back of the shoulder. We don't activate back here. When he goes to pull, here, this is lats, this is trapped lat here, this is the muscle here. He's pulling from the back. You see this? When we do, we pull from here. So to do his punching style and relax, he's moving from back here. Now, if you look, your spinal erectors come up here. On us, because we've just been living too long, sitting improperly, doing too much weightlifting, for us, this is all scar tissue. We can't relax this area. And it took probably me the last 3 years with the bands to stretch and just break all this stuff up and get the blood back there to be able to feel my spine. So when he's punching, he's actually, your pec attaches here and attaches to the sternum bone, here. So when he's punching, he's actually moving from here and he's finishing at the sternum. You understand? We get it 90-70%. We just move from the pec, but your pec attaches those areas. What the bands teach you to do is, on the negative part, if I got it here, is that I'm moving from my spine. See, you feel that?
He moves. He moves. You can't tell, but he's not moving this.
I can't. If I move from here, see what happens?
Yeah.
I can't move it from here. But watch, I'm moving from my back.
It's up or down here.
Yeah, I'm actually moving my hip. Moving from here.
See, all of this are moving.
Now watch, I'm going to stretch it. And that breaks up all that crap. And I'm going to pull. And once you feel that, you're going to feel this. You'll be able to feel that. But it's going to take you a while. Give yourself about 2-3 months of doing it religiously. And all of a sudden, one day, your spine's just going to release. You're like, oh my God, does that feel good? And you can't go back to being tight. Now you're talking to somebody who weightlifted. When I met Joe, I was 240 and lifting a lot of weights.
Was like a rock.
Hard as a rock, and I just got done playing football, and he kept on saying, relax, relax, relax. I am. Relax, you know what I'm saying? Like the robot. But once you feel that, you'll never go back to be tight again. But I also stopped lifting weights, bar weights. I go hammer strength, kettlebells down at Marcus's gym, bands, but I don't lift anything with the bars. I don't lift any more bench press. Just wore my rotary cuff out too much. But I'm also 48, so.
Is it all right to lift weights, or is it?
If you stretch.
Yeah.
Like a lot of dump. If you watch, when you bench press, you're here.
Yeah.
But a proper bench press, a competitive bench press hasn't. See the arc?
Yeah.
When I arc on a competitive bench, I'm pulling my back into it now. That's why those guys can bench press so much. They're actually, when you're on the bottom position of the bench, pulling from their backs. The first inch is back. But most of us do this, and it's all pec.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how you get put 20 pounds on your bench press. When I'm doing a chest exercise, it looks like this. See how I come out and forward. See how this comes forward? I'm doing this. Feel that?
Yeah.
It's here because the antigenative muscle to the pec is your back muscle. So this is 100% range of motion. When you're bench pressing, you're not getting 100% range of motion. So I'll take dumbbells and just work the dumbbells or the hammer strength equipment. And what I like about the bands, let's say I'm doing, let's say he's doing two similar bands, and I'm going to do a set of bench press on the bands. And I'm here, and watch, I'll pump it. See how this works? See the full range of motion I'm getting? Yeah. So if I want to punch, look, boom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if I'm bench pressing, watch. See, it's back. There's the stretch. You can't stretch in the bench press, but you can stretch on dumbbells. And then there's the full range of motion there. See the difference? See that?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're doing it that way, that'll help you do this stuff. Kettlebells. Yeah. You're here, it's full range of motion on the kettlebells. Boom, you have no choice. You can't move the kettlebell unless your elbow's here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or swinging the
again.
kettlebell.
Do that again. See how he's not moving the shoulder?
No, the
Watch
elbows.
how when he goes up.
Here, moving the shoulder look like this. Okay, watch.
Watch how he goes up. See, it's in the
back.
It's in the back.
You can't. You got a pair of 50-pound kettlebells. You're moving it from the floor. Your shoulder can't be in play. You're ruining it. I couldn't bring the kettlebells. They're too heavy to bring out. But if you ever come over to my house, I'll bring them over and show you.
This is enough.
Yeah.
Okay. What we'd like you to do is each person grab the band. Show them.
Do the first thing. Is whatever. I'll help you guys. Grab the kettlebell. Don't grab it because you'll let. take it and wrap your wrist like this. Come out and just let it and then stretch. Now after about a minute, it's going to win. And see how it's pulling me forward? Let it pull forward, get some pain, tuck the elbow in, and see I'm stretching out from my spine. Most of you guys will get like this, and you're going to fight, you're going to fight, you're going to fight, you're going to fight, but eventually it's going to win. And once you feel this, and you feel it from your spine, you feel where you have to punch from. That's where you got to punch from. And we'll come around and I'll help you. I can probably set another one up here. Yeah, you can use the green one too, guys. There's enough. Trust me. This question of where does your arm begin? Okay. That may seem like a silly thing to say. Okay, so the people that talk about this do not refer to your arm. They refer to your upper appendage. Okay, and the question is, where does it start? Anybody have any thoughts on that? Where does your arm start? That's where my arm starts here. Okay, shoulder. Your upper appendage starts right here. It starts at your clavicle.
Yeah, leave this one outside like this.
So watch. If I move my arm,
This way if you want to do the lower body.
that's what it looks like. If I move my upper appendage, watch this. Okay. So if everybody takes their finger and puts it on this joint, and you think about moving everything forward from this joint. So you want this joint to move. Okay. Do you see what that feels like? So you want it to move.
Without leaving him
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what you gotta move.
Oh, but it's tight.
Yes. Anybody ever done pec deck exercises? It's like when you do a pec deck, my elbow's here. Now I'm doing pec decks, you're here, but think about it, your pec it's here.
Wow.
Yeah. That's where you want, and that's part of saying that all of this moves. Okay. It's got to include that. If that doesn't move, you cannot move from your back. So it's it's here, and it's all of these joints down through your sternum. All of these joints have to move for this to work. If you can't move those joints, you got to get those loose enough so that they'll move. Okay?
That's one of my biggest problems, still with my shoulders, I think.
Right, it's everybody's problem. Okay.
Why don't you grab a band?
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Plus, I wrap it here, it's around my waist. So when you first start off, you put it like this. So now I want to loosen my ankles up. So now I'm driving my car, and I'm just pressing on the accelerator, and this really gets your ankles pretty good.
Now, wait,
Okay?
let me
Look,
comment.
look up,
This
right?
is really hard to do.
Yeah. Watch.
Your ankles,
See?
and we found that on Bakwa.
Yeah.
That's why you guys have such a hard time walking.
Yeah, you don't have
Because
and look what he's doing. Your tendons down there. And all I'm doing is basically stepping on the gas, off the gas.
And look how much motion he's
Watch,
getting out of his
watch. I can
ankles.
twist my ankles this way. If I want to put on lower down here, I can get a little more calf. Look at my calves.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now, if I want to stretch, what I do then is I just take it and I can move it above my head. Let me put it around my neck. Okay.
Now I know why we were going 100 miles an hour to come out here.
So now watch. Now watch.
At 50.
This is as far as I can move my leg, right? I press, I come back. 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 The band is winning. And I can get my leg here, and I can press it, and I can work it, see?
Yeah.
And after a couple of minutes, look what happens. I can get my leg pretty far. I'm pretty tight there. Take the band this way, wrap around my head, and I can open up my legs. I can, same thing, press. Let it
You
move.
see where he
Press.
is?
Yeah, wow.
Press.
Wow.
Press, okay?
That's cool.
Take it this way. Same thing, press, let the band win, press, let the band win, press, let the band win, get a nice little stretch. Take it over my head, this way, same thing, okay? Do the other leg. Let me just do the other leg.
Actually, what he's
Cool.
showing
It
you,
all took me, what, about
I
a
was doing
minute,
those.
minute and a half? And really,
Pull this muscle out.
what he's showing
and I'm
you is
open
why I
now.
was
I'm open
impressed
now. I
with
feel
it.
pretty good.
Because I can stretch. You guys all know that.
Yeah.
This helps you not only stretch more, but it's also making the muscle stronger as you stretch.
Yeah. It's resistance.
Nothing else will do that. That's why I'm so impressed.
Stretching
with this.
doesn't do that alone. It doesn't
No,
make
no,
you stronger. It just
no.
makes you
It can't make you
flexible.
stronger. It makes you flexible.
Yeah.
But this actually helps make you flexible and stronger.
You got negative. You got negative motion.
Yeah.
I've done it with my neck. Well, these are too heavy, but I can take this, and like my neck's real tight today. I can pull it off, put some pressure here, and just work it. And just work from my neck to it. And pump some blood, change around this way, same thing, and just work my neck. And then you want to do an arch.
What you just said, emphasize again.
I'm moving from my joint.
What this does is it pumps blood. Stretching
watch.
doesn't do that. This will help flex you and put blood into the area too, which is really good.
I should go back and do all that Matt Furry stuff, that combat conditioning. But one of the things we used to do are the arches, you know, the bridges. Well, I cheat. I take the band. Now let's go back and just come back, let the band, crawl down the band, you know, and get my body pretty good and hold it, you know, something like that. Turn around here like this. You can do wood choppers. Watch, I'm moving from my waist, you know, like I'm chopping wood. Come out a little more, you know. You see how much trunk rotation I get in this stuff?
yeah.
And this is really building up my core, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of stuff we do is from the core. If you got weak core, then you can't really do some of this stuff. So, it's kind of so it doesn't take long to work out these things. You just get a whole little, within 5-10 minutes, you get a pretty good stretching routine, and you're done. And you feel pretty good. You know, everything's opened up and blood flowing. So, yeah, any other questions on those? Or?
No.
All I can picture is Reno and Christy Brinkley. The heck with Chuck Norris, right? I mean,
I like that.
see, there you go.
Next summer, when you Christy Brinkley.
That's right, yeah.
I told my wife I'm working out with all you guys.
You could just sit there and do the background.
Just like some room. Come out. Now, and then you gotta watch. Don't hurt yourself. Watch. I'm gonna stretch, and I'm gonna come up. Feel that?
Oh wow.
Feel that? See, look how much stretch I'm getting in my lower back, and I'm thrusting up. Boom. And this gets your lower back. And then when we're doing all this stuff, it's boom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You'll be able to move from there.
See, I told you you can't even do it wrong.
See how relaxed it? Jeez. See that's remember we were doing the band?
Yeah.
Do it again. Watch. It looks like it's fake, but it's not. Ready? Good.
Yeah.
It looked fake, but it was from his ankles.
Right. So
It was this on the
so do it
band.
wrong again, because I didn't get the wrong. So do it
You got it
wrong.
right again, right?
Yeah. And,
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
and then the right way.
Yeah, I didn't get the right one.
Paul, you're enjoying this entirely too much.
Oh, I missed the wrong.
I'm a slow learner. It'll probably take about 10 of those for me. Yeah.
Is there any way for Reno to absorb that? Just the iron shirt would be his answer to that.
Well, if I can relax, which I can't.
Yeah.
If I know it's coming, I can go with it and not resist
That's
it.
the way
But
to do
it's I can minimize
Move
it.
with it.
And he's pulling some. But I know he's
Yeah.
not getting me full strength.
The other thing, when you're fighting, you can't do a lot of that stuff. The fighting part, that's what
Yeah,
it
if we tie up and we're here, watch, and he hits
And
me,
if I hit him,
he's got to, watch, it's got to be
gotta be
there.
total.
Yeah.
He's got to stay relaxed. If he's tense,
Yeah.
then I win. Boom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
That's
feel
why
it.
we do. Give me a second here with your elbow.
Here, like this. Oh, this is gonna suck. Go ahead.
Been there. Yeah.
All of this has to do, to be honest with you, being relaxed. What I do, I'm not gonna hit you again.
Thanks.
What I do when he hits me, I taught you what to do this morning. You breathe from the inside, and you. Well, when I tense up from the inside, and all that breathing goes to that, and I don't feel anything.
Iron shirt.
Well, yeah, kind of. I don't want him doing the iron shirt because I want him to relax, but I'm trying to explain how that works. And then when you hit, you're being soft. I'm not going to hit him, but if I hit him and I do it wrong, he's going to respond. If I do it right, he can't respond. That's what makes it so difficult, and then the energy power, whatever you want to call it, goes right inside. The reason why hard systems don't work as well, if he hit me in my elbow, hit me in my arm, but tense up when you hit me, like a football player. So, not only does nothing happen, it hurts him more. Because what occurs is that all your energy,
Hit someone, you hurt
where does it
yourself.
go? It goes back into the person hitting. Think about it. If you punch correctly this way and you tense up, where's your energy go? If it doesn't go into the person, it's only going to go back. It can only go two ways, guys, forward or back. If he hits me with his elbow and he tenses up and he
Oh, God, it hurts.
it goes back. Does it? If it doesn't go into me, it goes into him. Does it make sense? And then when you hit, I'm just going to push him. That's fine. No, I'm just pushing. If I hit him and I relax, when I do that, the energy all goes inside. It doesn't come back to me. Tense up. If I do this, see what it comes back to me. Let's keep tensing. Watch. See how this goes forward? Get over here. He's lowering himself. Tense up.
Cheater.
That's okay.
Oh, God, it hurts. Yeah.
See, he's been working with me long enough. He knows how to get away from stuff. But
Jeff, you seem like you don't believe it.
You know what it is?
I was going to say, I don't think Greg believes it.
Unless you experience it. He's actually 150, 160, he wins.
does that make sense?
That's a good way to say it because I felt
Yeah.
when he does that elbow, it hits the bone.
Yeah.
You
Now,
know,
if I
it
can
just
stay
doesn't hit
relaxed,
the muscle.
if I can
It
stay
hits-
relaxed
Yeah.
and get my 215 behind it, I'm going to win. But I'm going to have to learn how to absorb it. He
Yeah.
can't absorb it. He's
Yeah.
he's too perfect. There's nothing for me to respond off of. If he just makes one little millisecond or milli of a mistake, then I can feel that and I'm going to win. I don't know how to explain that, but because he's 100% relaxed, I can't fight it. I can't be there. So what I try and do is not be there. I try to go with it.
That's why you saw him relax.
That's why you saw me
This is like this.
go with it so I didn't get hurt. But if I stay like a tree and he hits me, go ahead. And I take a tree, oh, jeez. And the shock, it's like getting hit with a bullet. It's like being in a car accident. That's why drunk people live in a car accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been on many car accidents where the drunk lives and the innocent people die because they're so relaxed. They get in a car accident, they don't even know what happened because they're just moving around. All the energy just goes through them. But when you tense like this, the energy is in you. It hits your organs. That makes sense. It's the same thing. I mean,
So don't come to class drunk.
so take some muscle relaxer before you do all this stuff. You feel like it was, it's still good.
But he has nothing to respond to. Because of his relaxation, there's nothing he feels to respond to. So he is open. That's why it penetrates all the way to the bone. Yeah.
And he's sitting, thank God he's hitting me in the arm. Can you imagine that being in your head?
Oh.
To here? And not, it'll just snap your head back.
The point is, if I can generate that kind of power, when these guys get to that point, can you imagine how much power they're going to generate? These guys.
But you have to be structurally perfect. And what the bands do,
Just help them.
you can at least feel structurally perfect. Now, you may not have the chi yet, but the chi can only come when you're structurally perfect. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing all this stuff.
Let's work on that. That's really good. Now, let's talk about that. Do you understand what he means by that? That the structure has to be perfect for the energy to flow out correctly? Let me tell you why. If his structure...
Half perfect?
Yeah, half perfect. If his structure is half perfect, and let's say he goes to hit me, if he hits me, he has to then rebalance, and he's only using this part. Does that make sense? If his structure is perfect, when he moves on me, I can't resist that because
my whole body's behind him.
What we've also learned recently is that you can't have two perfect people in the same space. No.
Okay,
this is true.
We're fighting. Get your stance. Here is the perfect space, right there. First person who gets there perfectly wins. So watch. When we attack each other, if I attack him, watch. He's there. He wins.
Because he can't be there.
Because I can't be there.
No matter
The
what
only
he
thing
tries to do.
The only thing I can do now is go around him. So if you can't get there, you got to go around. There's a little philosophy in that.
See, if he tries to do anything,
I can't. I'm
So
off
he can't.
balance.
It's not possible.
So for me to win, as he comes in, I can't be there. I have to be off that plane, changed. I got to change the fight to that circle now, that point. Boom. You
So
know?
you either have to beat him there,
Or go around.
or else you've got to go around.
Or I have to be, if he punches to me, I either have to not be there. Now I change the fight, because now perfect is right there.
Yeah.
So now
okay,
I
yeah,
win.
Yeah.
But if I stay there and try to fight him and I lose, boom, he wins. Bagua will make you go around. Some of the other systems, you try and beat the person there. It all depends on what style you're fighting.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
And the unfortunate part is that you have to be aligned correctly, You have to have the right balance. Everything has to be right, because if it's not, what do you have to do if somebody's fighting you?
Rebalance.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's the mistake
Does
we'll
that make
make.
sense?
This is perfect. Just push on me a little bit. You can't do anything. Now watch. I'm going to take my hip back a millimeter right there.
Yeah. If you don't have everything in place.
So that's why with the bands, it teaches you to have the hips forward. Your hips always have to be here. If my hips aren't there, watch, here's my hips, I'm going to go back that much. Ready? Because my weight's going back.
Yeah. Why don't we do
Doesn't
that
look
with
that
everybody?
way.
Why don't we have everybody do that? Try to get in their most perfect position, push
Yeah,
on
we'll
each
go
other,
around and push it.
and
You'll see what you have to be.
There's only two things they're going to do to you, basically, to take you down. I've worked with Rick's and Gracie's jiu-jitsu when I was in Florida. The basic thing to take you down, he's going to do it because he can't do this stuff anymore. Come high enough. He's going to come like that. I do this, he does that. That's one way. Second thing is that I'm standing, I make a move, and he just hits me low. He just comes right in like that, okay? Now, if I'm standing incorrectly,
Incorrectly meaning that any part of his hips are back, plus that.
this is how they fight in the MMA.
Yeah,
Okay? This is why they fight this way, for two reasons. One, they want that roundhouse kick, because that's the only thing they can do. Remember, you can't kick to the groin. And two, this is how you grapple. But if you stand like we stand, and he goes to come at me, all right, the moment he comes, he'll tell you he can't come in. And the reason is the stance. If he tries to drop on me, well, you tell him because you're experiencing it.
Once he's forward, that's pretty intimidating, so naturally he just backed me up to here. If I'm here, he can hit me, okay? Put your hips back. See the space just opened up for me? See, I know when he's in that stance, his only move is to go back.
Yeah.
So I have this every time to shoot in on him. So if his hips are forward, this is like a tree. This is a tree now. The man, if I hit that and try and take that down, I have to go around that leg and do a pick, an ankle pick, or I have to do something because I can't move that leg. And all he's got to do is whack me in the head. As I come down, it's just there, okay? But if that hip is back, I got him now. So all I got to do is set up. So he just went back. There's his hip. He's down.
Now, the other benefit is that when you learn how to do that, come in slow and go up. All you have to do is this. Because he can't come in. If I'm forward and he drops on me, I have all this time because he can't.
His weight's forward. See, I can't get through this.
Can't get through that.
Because when I shoot in, I may start 100%, but in transition, I'm not 100%. If he's 100% weighted forward, I may be 50-50 right there, he wins. But if he goes back and he's 50-50, then I can get to 100% right here. There.
And that's why when you don't take my word for it, watch the UFC. What happens in all of this stuff, once you be the grappler, what happens in all this stuff, go still, is that I'll go here, and as he comes in, I keep like this, and then I get put into the damn cage. Okay? Now, you may or may not know this. There's a whole fighting strategy and a whole group of techniques of working off the cage. The reason for that, if he puts me into the cage, unlike right here, if Reno tries to pin me here, all right, watch, I can fight him. Guess what? You're in the cage, you can't do that. Why?
his cage is flexible.
Gives.
That's right. If that thing gives, how do I come back? I can't. I can come back off this wood because it's solid. He can't hold me against this wood. Yeah, he can't, and even then I can use the wood. I can't use the cage. That cage is his advantage. Does it make sense? Especially, I don't know how flexible some of them are, but some look like you just go back right into darn things, like a cocoon. You're stuck, and you are stuck. So that's why that's why the opponent wants to put somebody against the cage. But the other thing that happens, which I teach you not to do, is that they always go this way. He comes in, they always go like this. They go straight back. He comes into me, what's my angle? I don't go straight back. I just move down a 45-degree angle. Even if he grabs me, he has to fight me because
where's his angle? If I don't go straight back and I'm here, okay, his angle, he's going this way. If he changes and he tries to get me, I'm always, if he does it right, I should never be balanced. I'll be off balance the whole time. Because when I tie up, most wrestlers when they tie up are going to bounce off the other person. They get tight. So when I grab him, see, I'm balanced. I'm balanced because he's off balance. So I got anything here right now. But if he balances, see, I'm off balance. See, only one person can win that spot. Remember we talked about that? He just won that spot. I can't win.
What about a single leg drop? You know?
No, because he's going to feel me. Because for me to do a single leg drop on him, I'm off balance. I have to balance. I have to balance first. And then drop. That's two moves. He feels that.
It's too much.
Well, here's the other thing too. When I'm like this, my weak. Show him the angles on the weak points. Like when I grab Joe, he's strong. He's strong, but he's always going to be weak at two angles. He's weak at this angle, and he's weak at this angle. I just got to find it. So no matter what stance you're in, you're always going to be weak at two angles. Well, if he's at a 45 and let's say I'm going 90. And I go to attack him, he's at 45, he's already at my weak angle. Watch, just push me. See? My strength is this way. My weakness is this way. Everybody see? So he's naturally at my weakness. So I can't do anything. I'm kind of...
He has to...
I have to mirror him. And when I do that, see, it just, he wins.
Because I'm not going to stay there.
Yeah. What happens is that when most people get grabbed, they get flat-footed. If he gets flat-footed, that means his hips are back. Now I win. Now I get all this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So as soon as you go flat-footed, your hips are back.
Yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, because you think about squatting, your hips are back.
Wow, okay.
If you stay here, you can't win. Only one person can win that spot in a wrestling match. That center.
Yeah.
You know, I have to go around them.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Because this is true. Somebody tries to grab you to take you down, you do the
if
angle.
you're going to sprawl, I mean, if you're in this position, everybody thinks, oh my God, I can't sprawl. Yeah, you can sprawl. If Joe goes to attack that leg, I can still sprawl my leg out because even though I'm single weighted, all I have to do is I get the leg out. I can sprawl. But if my hips are back, I really can't sprawl. But if my hips are forward, I can sprawl. See how I sprawl around them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody thinks you can't sprawl, but yeah, it's easier to sprawl because you got more room to sprawl when your hips are forward. It comes back on a pendulum. So a lot of times what may happen is that, okay, come here, Ken. I'm fighting Ken. I get inside Ken. Now see, and I go to shoot on Ken. All you got to do is sprawl. You know, I have this, okay?
Yeah.
If Ken just stays forward and sprawls back, see, look, I can't get to him. I use Ken because if I was fighting Ken, I had no choice to go inside and grab him. Joe, I don't know if I fight him that way.
You have to fight.
Yeah.
We've gone over this with Ken. There's nobody that's going to come in like that.
No.
Yeah.
He's too fast. His arms are too long. The only disadvantage he has is his lower body and legs.
I'm going to grab him and I'm going to try and get him to the ground. That's my only chance to fight a guy with Ken. So that's what we work on with Ken is me grabbing him, going shooting on his legs. Because that's where he's vulnerable. Plus he's a senior citizen now, too.
Yeah, but if he hits you with that cane, you're
And you think about, you think about being in nice clothes or jeans and street shoes. The chances, I think, of somebody shooting on someone's legs in a street fight is pretty. You know, that means someone's going to have to actually, you know, look at me. I probably scraped my knees up just doing it on the grass. You know what I mean? So, you know, you got to be pretty dedicated MMA guy. Want to go to the ground. You know,
So those double leg sprawls that they do, you're really committing the farm on that, aren't you?
You have no
here,
choice.
and they're coming in, and you just sprawl both legs out.
What happens is if I sprawl back on Joe, watch as he shoots on me, I'm trying to get around him.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of using him as a pen. I'm kind of using him and pivot around him.
Yeah.
You don't want to be forward.
Just go back. Yeah. And that's what you see.
But,
Right.
but what happens, though, is the person gets caught. And that's the only way out at that point.
Yeah.
See, the difficulty, and I know you guys all know this, but things happen, and you might lose awareness, you might lose focus, you might lose whatever, and all of a sudden something occurs. You know, a good example is Jessie I. She fought, we all saw her, Paul, Reno and I saw her fight. And she got nailed twice on something that should never have happened to somebody of that caliber. The opponent literally ran across the stage and grabbed her and shot her into the fence. that happened the first time in the first round. The opening of the second round, her opponent did the same thing again. That should never have happened. But it caught her so off guard.
Got flat-footed.
Yeah. Her opponent just pinned her against the damn fence. So my point is, even somebody good, she's very good. I mean, she's a very good fighter. But if you do the wrong things, like going straight back or getting flat-footed or whatever, you're gonna get. And that's why they have to sprawl sometimes. They get caught. And
Yeah. And it's a desperation. But if someone's shooting on you, they're shooting on you.
you don't want to be taken down.
But even now,
The lights out of the way.
if Joe was shooting on me, he shoots on me and I'm stuck, I just go to the ground now and just guard him
Pull into
and
guard.
get out of it that way. You know, try and say it, you know, so.
See, the old way to stay
Yeah.
away from it.
Would
The
you
old
pull
stay-
guard?
Well, you know
Yeah,
what?
the old way-
If I could get my,
go down.
what I would try and do is shrimp out of it.
Yeah.
And if I got knocked and I'm here,
See, the
I don't
reason-
want to be mounted.
He doesn't want to be mounted, nor does he really want to be in guard anymore.
Yeah.
Because what's happened is
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
these guys
Ground
in
and
guard just ground and
But I don't
pound.
want him to get to a half guard on me. This is the worst out of three. I don't want to be mounted. I don't want to be half guard. I want him to side guard me, but I can buy some time from here. I can buy some time. This is a transition.
Yeah, it is.
If I can keep him back,
But the difficulty is that he has to keep me from pounding
right?
him.
He comes
That's
forward,
the-
I'll just grab him.
That's the thing that's
Yeah.
occurred now. What's occurred? Come in, good girl. What's occurred is that here, well, in reality, in the street, I'd show you how to do that. But here, what they've started doing is they started doing this stuff, and he can't grab me.
No.
Because the moment he tries to grab me,
Right.
I can hit him.
Yeah.
And they found that that works. But if he puts me back like this, I want to get out.
Yeah.
All right. And that's what you're doing. You're getting out. But see, in the street, I understand this in the street at all, to be honest, because your groins
Yeah,
here.
yeah, you never think of that.
Yeah. I mean, actually, if I was here, I'd be in here.
Yeah, that's
I'd be
where you wanna
shrimping.
be.
And once I'm here, I just get my hips
Yeah,
out
get
there and shrimp out. and
That's
get
what he
out.
wants to do.
You know,
The MMA stuff. See, the difficulty about applying MMA stuff to reality is that MMA is not reality because there's rules.
Right.
They don't hit to the groin. You can't kick to the groin. You can't knee to the groin. And although that doesn't sound like much, the guard's a good example of that. If you're in the right position, you start pounding somebody's groin,
Yeah.
even if you don't hurt them a lot, after a point,
That's
they're going to hurt. So, anyways, any questions about that aspect?
the other thing too, watch, if I grab Joe, he can still punch me. He's not, because he moves from his back and he moves from his ankles. Watch, if I grab him, you would think, oh my God, I got control of him. Watch. See?
Yeah.
You can't do that with the shoulders.
No.
Watch, do it from his shoulders.
I can't
So you
move.
can't.
I can't
But when
move.
you do it like we
control
showed
the
with the bands, you
Yeah.
do it from the back, watch.
Right.
See, look.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't,
yeah, yeah.
because he's moving from his ankle, I can't hold him.
That's why you don't want to move from the shoulders. So let's demonstrate again. If he holds me like this, and I only move from the shoulders,
See, I got him.
I can't do it. But watch.
Jeez.
Okay?
That's
why it's so important to move
all
from the
that
shoulders.
1 inch punch stuff, all that stuff. Really, guys, fighting takes place here. If you can't relax and be able to hit,
You're
right
right
you're in a lot of trouble. Because if I'm winding up with my feet, there's no power. The power comes from your feet, your ankles, the whole.
And then the other part's the speed. If he comes in on me, okay, he has to do something about that.
Yeah.
So you have speed from relaxation.
He's not even throwing elbows.
You have power.
Yeah.
So, does this make sense? Yeah. Yes, no? All right.
Too much.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to give you all the information.
It really comes down to the same principle. Structurally perfect. You gotta be here.
Just be perfect.
You gotta have that hip forward, and you gotta be able to move here. And once that, no matter what you do, if you have that done, you have it all. Because no matter what, however I grab Joe, if I'm gonna try and knee him, look, he's perfect. He wins. There's no power. You know what I'm saying? You're structurally perfect. And most fighting takes, you gotta be this close to fight. Look, we gotta be this. I gotta be here on him to hurt him.
And I have to be.
He's gotta be looking.
I have to be here to hurt him.
Yeah, we gotta be this close. So
See, if I'm here,
yeah,
this looks great. This is not going to hurt him. Even hitting him in the face, it might jar him a little bit, but it's too far. So, and if I'm here, look where he is.
Yeah.
I mean, looking for a fight on YouTube.
Right.
I can't even get inside.
You have to take the angle. to
You gotta
get
take
in,
it.
because
For
you
me to move in on you two, I gotta take
you gotta take the angle
I can't be in
because
front
of
of
the
you.
reach.
You're just too
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless I'm gonna try and take you down.
Yeah.
And if you give me that opening, if Ken gives me that opening, if Ken
Which would be
gives
the
me that
hips
opening, I'll take this every time. But I'm gonna pay a price.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get whacked in the head. I know it. You know? So,
And see, the premise of MMA stuff, which is reality-based, is that probably you're not going to get hit hard enough, they take the hit. They don't care.
They'll take the hit to take the guy down.
well,
Yes,
sure.
absolutely.
Sure. They're throwing.
You're not
They're
getting
throwing
power.
from here.
No, there's no power.
There's no power there, and they're covering.
Yeah.
They're not doing this. I mean, I know that. Watch, hit me again. I know it looks fake, guys, and I hate. But watch how watch. It looks like it's fake. I mean, that looks like it's nothing, but it's just this, and it hurts.
Right.
Trust me, they're not doing that.
No,
they're doing this.
Yeah.
Well, there's no power there.
Right.
It looks good.
So they're keeping their hips back so they don't get a takedown.
That's what they're afraid of. When I was down to train,
And then when you do that, you don't have any power in your
no,
punch.
because they don't want to commit either. Because committing means that's another thing they do. They really don't commit because they're afraid to get taken out.
Yeah.
So it's all a chess game. You know, they're throwing it.
So you lose power.
Yeah.
With
Look,
the hope of not getting
and they
taken
think
down.
this is power because I remember a couple of times they tried to correct my form. They thought this was power. They thought this was a good knee,
Yeah.
but there's no power there. It's just
It's extension.
extension.
It's already
Yeah,
extended.
Yeah.
The other thing that they've proven through the MMA stuff over the years is kicks aren't all that effective.
The only thing they do that's powerful is they do have good
The roundhouse.
roundhouses, guys. They hit you with a roundhouse.
So why is that? Because they're going into it,
Because of
and then they're going through it.
because they do it correctly, for one, and number two, the arc. It's this angle. It's this arc. It's you know what I'm saying?
You would not ever want to get kicked by him in a roundhouse kick. We used to use
Pillows.
triple pads.
Yeah.
He could go through all triple pads. You feel it. I mean, to your bone. Okay. So the point is,
But for me to throw that roundhouse on him, he
Straight.
sees it. I mean, we're here. I set up. Look, I gotta telegraph it. Now,
that's why I
now if
said-
he goes on a flat foot,
Yeah,
if he gets
from here.
flat-footed, I got him.
That's
but if
why-
he stays forward, he has time to move. Look, it's too big of a motion. I had to set him up. I had to get him back on his back foot to hit him.
the other thing they're doing today, they're not doing a full roundhouse. Just put that there. They're doing this. This is called a tournament roundhouse. So they're just bringing the leg around and kicking instead of doing the full one,
Yeah, because
which
their
is
heads
this.
exposed. They're afraid of getting punched.
So if you didn't hit his leg, you would go all the way around.
Well, theoretically,
Theoretically.
Muay Thai does that. Muay Thai did it. Muay Thai kicks this way
Yeah.
because they really kick. I mean, Muay Thai, they just go through. But he showed you the right way to kick too. I'm just doing the same thing on the other side. You come like this and see how much the whole body spins into it.
Yeah.
The modified way is this, which is very quick. There's no power. You've seen it. You saw all those guys get kicked in the groin.
Yeah.
They do this kick and they hit them in the damn groin.
Yeah.
There's no power to that. Hey, hit you in the groin there is, but yeah, he's right. The only real kick that has power is that one.
Even this kick is just to get him
that's-
off me.
that's a
They
push
do
kick.
it against the fence just to get him off.
It's a push.
It's a push kick. Yeah, that's all it is.
Because they can't kick. They can't kick. So. Any other questions on any of this stuff?
All right, they're all gonna rush you now.
3 of us can take it out.
1, 15. You ever do it like football drill? Oh, number that. Ready? Cool.
Joey, I'll go at once.
3.
Final test, Joe. You should
It's
be
your
on the
final
roof.
test, Joe.
They all come around, you'll be on the roof.
You know,
With the puff of
Final
smoke.
test, Joe.
because that's you know,
Where'd he go?
that's fighting without fighting. Just that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
I'd
Wouldn't it?
love to do that. You know, you guys are lucky I don't have my hips because you'd be jumping off this roof. We'd be doing that free running. I'm serious, we would be.
Parkour.
That's right, parkour. I want to do that so badly. We would be doing it, but you're lucky. Okay, guys, get up the tree and down the roof. Just jump off. Marvin's doing that. In South
I know,
Carolina.
I know.
One of my students from South Carolina. Yeah, believe it or not, in South Carolina there's a parkour school, so he's doing parkour. He's not young. He's in his 40s. I'm sorry. I should have said that way. He's 40. Forget the age stuff. Okay, any questions? Did you learn enough today? Not enough?
Too much.
That was a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, stance, angle, be relaxed. I mean, it really is basic. Once you perfect the basics, there's nothing tricky.
Right. Yep.
There's nothing fancy. It's just basic. You know, in every sport's like that. You watch a basketball, you watch football. I mean, I coach a couple sports. It's really basic, guys. Everybody just does basic stuff. And once in a while, you may throw a razzle-dazzle play in there, but that only works how often. It's basic. Football, block, tackle, run the ball.
Let me give you an example. When did I work with Glenn in wrestling?
That was let's see. He graduated in 1990.
Okay. We worked 1 year. What was his record before we worked with him?
Yeah, I don't remember. Well,
3-20.
yeah, it wasn't good. I don't remember what the record was.
And he
but
worked with us. He
for
got
one
2 moves
summer,
down, right?
right? He got 2 moves down. He was undefeated in dual meet competition, and he went to districts. If he'd have learned the 3rd move that Joe tried to tell, I'm serious. If he'd have learned the 3rd move, which he never learned, he'd have gone to states.
And we just worked with
Jimmy, my neighbor.
And Jimmy took.
Jimmy was as a sophomore, 5th. He wrestled his junior year with a broken neck, all the way into the semifinals of the state. Didn't know it was broken.
Yeah.
No, just like an idiot went out there and wrestled, and we just basically taught him a couple. Well, he was an exceptional wrestler.
Yeah, he was very good.
But we taught him a couple. We taught him the angle and staying relaxed and being. We changed his stance. He went from here to our stance. Yeah. He had more success on our stance. Too bad he couldn't come back his senior year. He would have been a state champ. He's now in the Navy SEAL program.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's right now in Annapolis.
His neck was so bad
Yeah.
that when they saw the X-ray, they called him in the office and said, "You're going to the hospital right now."
Immediately. Yeah, fused the bones.
Yep.
The spine of it.
That's how bad it was.
After that?
Well, he's not allowed to wrestle,
while.
which is tough because he already got accepted in the Naval Academy, and he wanted to risk
He got
getting hurt his senior year. So, but now he's in the Naval Academy. He's healthy.
Yeah.
He just went in there. So, yeah.
He wanted to wrestle.
Yeah.
I thought because I told
He'd
this
have
to
been a
Reno.
state champ. There's no doubt he'd have been a state champ his
But
senior year. He was so
it was
strong.
it was too
awesome.
soon after.
Yeah.
He got hurt and he realized he shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
So. And unfortunately, people knew that he had the operation. So guess what they tried to do to him?
Pound his neck. Yeah.
Sports are really interesting these days.
So basically, one stance, one punch on a 45-degree angle.
That's right.
That's right.
That's it.
You're a winner.
Right.
That's it.
If you get to the angle, if you get to the angle first, and you're relaxed, you win.
Reno was kidding me. 30 years to learn this.
Yeah.
And it is. This is it. 30 years. Just got to do this.
30 years of my life down my drain. All I remember was this. That's it, Joe. Just stand like this. That was
Wax
it.
on, wax
Oh, yeah.
off. Wax on, wax off.
Watch the football game. Watch the commercials.
They got to trick you guys.
And if you would have just had those bands, you'd be able to do it in 6 months.
Bands are really
I
good.
told Joe this. I used to go out to the Browns training camp. I used to invite. I was a high school coach in the '80s, and that's when martial arts Kim was that his name, the Taekwondo Kim
Master
school
Kim,
was going out there and showing. If he's an offensive lineman doing this, they're just basically showing chop, block, chop, go around, defensive line play. I says, Joe, I can make you $1 million here.
Yeah.
Go out to Browns training camp, find the biggest Brown, and just whack them. And let him hit you, and they'll hire you as their karate coach. Because this guy didn't know what he was doing. I'm watching him going like that. That's what we do down in Joe's basement. And they're teaching defensive linemen that. Well, it makes sense because if I get grabbed, if you grab me, I got to be able to get around. That's a swim move, or I got to come on here, right? He grabs me, I got to come here. But that's all defensive line play. That's all they were doing in Taekwondo is that stuff. They had instructors
We need to
out
put them in
there
a robe with some
teaching the
beads.
Browns back in 1987
You'd
how
have
to
a
do all
million
this stuff.
students.
I says,
One
man,
of those
you doing
kung fu
nothing,
outfits
man.
with the frog
Yeah.
buttons.
Can you imagine teaching an offensive lineman, the guy comes in, he's going double palm strike, and next thing you know, the guy's flying knocked on the ground?
See, the problem is I'm not Japanese, Chinese, or if I were Chinese and I walked in with a uniform, I don't even have to know anything, and I'd have 1 million students.
Yeah.
So
That's true.
that's true. That's true. Because you showed me that video of Grandmaster.
Yeah, I can't believe you
Wayne.
didn't like them.
I loved him, but I'm waiting for the grand.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what you think about Grandmaster Tony Young. He goes, call me when great Grandmaster comes in town.
Want to get the good teacher.
Everybody's a great Grandmaster.
Yeah, great. Now I'm a grandfather, no, I'm just joking.
Yeah,
Hopefully you're never that.
they're all masters, all right. They're master baiters.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Well, it looks like you guys have absorbed enough for today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
Any questions
you
at all?
very much.
Great for the golf course.
No, we got a lot to work on.
Yeah.
As all.
You know, when I first started in '86 with them, and all I did was take chalk down my basement, and I drew a compass. You got a picture of the compass angles here, okay? And when I move now, if I'm on this angle, if I'm on north-south, just move. Move on the compass angle. See, I move, and every time I move, I'm perfect. Come back. And the compass angles are angles you have to learn, okay? These are the 45s. So if you can draw the compass angles, you know, picture the compass angles. I'm here, move, and make sure you're perfect. And move, and make sure you're perfect. And move, and make sure you're perfect. See that?
Yeah.
You can do that much, that, and this. When I transfer my weight, I go from this leg to this leg, it's like I'm sliding on ice. It's like I'm walking on black ice. Boom. See how you slide? You don't step. That keeps you balanced. So I always picture myself walking on ice. Because you walk on ice, you know how careful you are. You're really to the ground. There's a couple things you can do.
I see your weight's always forward.
Weight's
too.
all, yeah, I'm in a stance.
Yeah, weight's
When
forward.
I go to transfer,
still
watch.
forward.
This is all my weights here. This is like a pendulum swinging. But watch, when I go to transfer, it's like I'm on ice. I'm just going to slide my foot on ice and transfer.
Forward.
Yeah, you can do that much. Work on the compass angles. That's a lot you can do on your own.
Yeah.
Ken used to punch walls. The thing with the wall thing, that's another thing you can do on your own. With the walls, you know, trying to say the relaxing with the shoulders, feeling what it feels like to be. Yeah, so there's a few things you can do on your own. Just doesn't cost much. Take chalk, sidewalk chalk, draw the compass, feel what it feels. Here's the angle I got to be on. He moves again. I'm on this angle. And you're always on those 45-degree angles. So
Shadow boxing's another thing. I mean, again, you're just fighting imaginary opponents, but the same thing. You know, you're blocking, you're moving, same thing. You don't want to really, you don't want a thought process. You don't want to think this guy threw a right hand or anything. You have to do all this stuff with a blank mind. Because when you think,
That
that's
should be
just
easy.
another, believe me, I got a lot of rental space.
I used to think
up
I had a
there.
blank mind. Then it was 88. I had too many thoughts in my head. I met Joe. My mind is blank.
No, if you're thinking, that's just another thing that's going to slow you down. There's just so many things. Like I say, if you cock something, if you raise your shoulder, if you think, all these little tiny things slow you down.
Yeah, the other thing with the compass angles. Picture now the compass. He's a wall. Picture the compass angles like this. I draw it on my wall, and this teaches me the correct angle of the strikes. Here's north, you know, there's that one. There's the one angle. Here's the other compass angle. Here's the other compass. See?
Yeah.
See where I have to be? Same thing with punches. So it teaches you, especially on the elbow strikes, if you draw them on a wall, where the angle is. See that? With the shoulder. And you start painting with your elbow. That's how I always know everything. I'm painting with my elbow. Come back on this angle. You know, I'm trying to say, you work all the angles and feel what it feels like to be on those angles. The next thing you know, by muscle memory, you're always perfect on your elbow strikes, no matter what angle it is.
See you moving from your back, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, so there's just a couple little tricks just by getting some sidewalk chalk and just painting all those X's. Just the compass angles, north, south, east, west, northwest, northeast, you know what I'm saying, that way. And just move and just practice.
Working with a mirror also. I mean, if you're working on your own and you can't really see what you're doing, you might think you're doing it right, but if you're doing it wrong, again, it's muscle memory. So if you're doing it wrong and it feels comfortable, now you got to break that bad habit again because you did it wrong. So you want to, like I say, if you got a mirror or something where you can see exactly what your body's doing, see if your weight is forward, if your hips are forward, all that stuff's important because muscle memory. Once you get a bad habit, you got to break that habit and start all over again.
You say mirror's your best training partner.
Yeah. So we've had better luck with the video cameras. Because I think when you can see yourself as a third person, you can actually see yourself move. I can't watch the mirror and see myself in it.
Yeah.
But when Bill tapes it, even on a phone, oh wow, yeah, my shoulder is back. Oh yeah, I didn't move my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? when you look at it as a third person, it's a lot better, I think. You know,
Yeah, you can buy the little digital cameras now, like this one. And this camera costs like $200. You can take a video on this camera at 1,000 frames a second.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is actually that's actually way too fast. If you shoot it at like 120 frames a second, that punch looks like this on a video. And you can watch and you can see exactly what you're doing. And you can see, oh yeah, you know, my shoulder's coming up, you know, or my elbow's coming out, you know, and you can really see it. So,
Good investment.
yeah, good thing to do.
oh, let me move this out.
Okay. If he's smart, he aims the gun at me. He can't do a damn thing. Okay, this is too far. I might be able to do that. No. This is if the person's stupid. So they come to you like that. Okay, let me show you. He says, put your hands up.
Hands up.
Okay. See where this is? You don't want to do this. This way. Don't ask me why. When you're here doing that, that really works. If you're here doing that, that doesn't seem to work as well. So you're here, just like this. Doesn't matter how he has it, it's just like that. What you don't want to do is give it away. See how this is? You would have hit my, oh. And the thing you're trying to do is you're not fighting him. So he's there.
If I'm talking, I can't pull the trigger.
Right.
So, hey, get it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. But if I'm like this, he's screwed.
If he's, the reason why he's going to feel anything I do, no matter how quick I am, he's going to get.
I would have been close anyway.
He's there. He's that far. If he puts it to the back and he does it wrong like this, he can do this. But if he does it right, like that,
Go on the ground.
there's nothing.
Underneath.
I wouldn't get on my knees. There's nothing you can do. You go on your knees, you're dead. So
Execution.
you might as well get shot standing. Okay, so the only thing that works with this is that. That's it. The other thing is, when you hit this, you immediately do this. Immediately do that. Okay? If he's holding you like this here, it's very hard to do. You might be able to do something like this, but you're still kind of stuck. You still got to fight.
You have to get me,
move
you
that
have to
gun.
get me talking. Yeah.
Hey, how's your wife?
You know what? That one,
I know.
psychologically, I had to think for a second. You know, that is funny. Ask me how the Browns are. How the Browns doing?
Oh, wait, I got to think about that.
That's the way
The
we
other
feel
thing you
watching
could
them.
try.
That's it.
The other thing
That's
you
what we
could
do
try-
after the game.
The other thing you could try is that he's holding the gun on you like that, and you go, stop.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? That's funny because I had to think about it for a second. You moved, yeah. Boy, you gotta be ballsy, man. See how many shot you got?
That's right, well.
If I got you from the back, it kind of.
Yeah, you got me from the back. I got
Yeah.
How about side?
Side?
Side like here.
Yeah.
Well, if he's holding me, you got the same problem.
Yeah.
Here.
Because there it's
Yeah.
easy.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, it really is. Is it cut?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's easy. But if he's holding, if he's touching, the problem is, no matter how quick you are, he can feel this.
Yeah.
He can feel it. And he's actually a little better. All these guys here are really good at feeling stuff these days, which makes it a little more interesting to work with them. I have to improve my technique to overcome some of their stuff.
But most people are going to be jacked up on dry line. Yell and scream. Yeah, that's just right.
Yeah, what was that one technique, Joe, where you had did the wrist turn where he shot himself? You just almost did it right there.
Sifu? Oh, this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do this, but here's the problem, guys. Most people, I'm very relaxed, so I can do this. He's strong, if I go to do this, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You understand?
You can, plus if I'm like here.
Yeah. If he's there, see how you have to be? Does it make sense? Let me hold it.
You grabbing the gun there or grabbing his wrist? Grabbing
I
the barrel?
usually, what I try to do, I go here, and then I move to here.
If he grabs me, it's like the knife I can move, I can do this.
So you're not really grabbing. If I do this, I just make him stronger.
Yeah.
So you don't want to do
You're
that.
basically just lightly just deflecting it.
Yeah.
He's just deflecting it. See, my brain didn't register yet that it's been deflected, so I'm going to pull the trigger and the bullet's going to go that way. So now he's got a chance to
do something
before I can,
See,
again.
if I'm here like this, watch. See how
Yeah.
that is?
But if he gives me any feedback,
Like
so I
that?
see him move. Look. Yeah. Sorry, right up, sir. There.
Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So he had it one time in a double-handed
Yeah.
grip.
Well, I'd be here. Go.
The
Down
right
on
way,
ground,
that's
on
the
ground,
right way.
On the ground. See,
That's
I don't want.
So what do you do in that situation?
You're screwed.
You're screwed.
Give
him the money.
Well, but let's say I'm going after his wall as I'm approaching him. He go on the ground. And I'm trying to go for his wallet. Maybe that's the guy makes. I don't know. I've never been robbed, but you know.
The difficulty is if somebody knows how to do this correctly. I pull it here. I say, hands up. Give me your wallet with one hand.
Oh, it's in my bag.
Then you're dead.
Oh, that's great.
Where's my wallet? Let me get my wallet out. I use Ken's wallet. He's got more money. Well, this is Ken's wallet. I'll throw Ken's wallet. Okay, right here. I got the wallet. All right, I'll give you instruction. Hold on. See if I can get out of this.
Okay. Give me your money.
Hold on, my wallet's in my back pocket. Hold up, sir.
See where the gun's pointed.
I got my wallet. Good?
Okay. Put it on the ground.
Okay.
Dead.
Yeah, you're screwed.
You're screwed.
Yeah. Shot.
If they're more than like 5 feet, you're screwed. But if somebody's stupid enough to do this, this
Yeah.
first off, if you fire a gun this way, you're probably not going to hit whatever you're aiming at because it's going to jerk that way. I mean, it's really going to jerk. There's a reason why people hold a gun with two hands this way. That's to keep all the recoil down. If you hold one hand, you probably can shoot somebody from 10 feet, obviously. But there's still recoil. You do it this way. The moment you move it, pull the trigger. If you pull the trigger,
Might break your wrist.
doing this. I don't know where they came up with that.
Style, Joe. Style
points. Came up with stuff, their pants down to there. Probably the same
Me and
place
Joe
there.
went to a pretty good seminar for cops. This was a guy named Colonel David Grossman studied all combat shooting, remember? Studied police officers shooting their guns. Now, most police officers shoot at a range. You never shoot when they're running, out of breath, heart rate at 180 beats a minute.
Can't hit anything.
And the more you're moving, and the more tired he is, you got a chance. So, you know, if I was running and I was zigzagging out, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He has to be able to hit me as a moving target.
Serpentine.
Yeah, 6 feet, man. It's tough, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you see how many police officers
So as
miss
you're moving.
people when they're moving. So.
50% of all the rounds ever fired are missed.
Yeah.
Here's the other
And
thing.
91% of the people ever shot lived.
Yeah,
If
here's
he
the-
has that holstered,
Right.
and I have a knife, all right, they've done this from 20 to 30 feet.
21 feet's the distance.
I think it's
Yeah. It might be 30 now.
If he has it holstered,
Yeah,
holstered,
You know,
holstered.
Here, I'll put it in my pocket.
And I come at him like this.
Oops. You'll get cut.
They've videotaped this a number of times with police officers.
Yeah.
So somebody has a knife and you have a gun in your pocket, I would move backwards and start shooting. Because if you stay where you are, and it goes back to what he was talking about. You have adrenaline, you have fear, I mean all that stuff happens. And the worst thing you can do is get frozen, which is what occurs when somebody's rushing you and you're not moving. So.
You always talk about legalities, the 21-foot rule. That's proven in court time and time again.
Yeah, it
What
might
is
be
that?
30 now.
If he had the gun and he came at him with a knife in an aggressive manner and you fired your weapon, chances are in a court of law they'll throw it out.
they'll say it was a legal shoot.
Wow.
Because that's considered I forget there's actually a procedure that it's named after the guy who invented it. And it's actually part of the rules now. That's what they trained us in classes. They said you can, if he's coming at you in an aggressive manner, you can draw and shoot. And no court in the law, they'll pull you.
Now you can't shoot him 50 times, but you can shoot.
No, within 20. If you were within 21
The idea of a shoot is if you shoot until the threat is stopped. That's all you have to do.
But there was that one case where basically the guy shot him like 5 or 6 times, and they said that was excessive because
was he already on the ground?
I feared for my life, and he continued to pursue me. That's the only two things you ever say to the police officer.
Tell me he was going to kill me.
Yep.
So if you're retelling the story and you're 10 feet away, they don't believe you, huh?
They'll go after police officers for shooting somebody too many times.
Oh, I know. It was in a store. That's right. It was in a store. It was some guy trying to rob a store. And the guy behind the counter shot the robber, like, I forget how many times. But basically, they found the shop owner guilty because it was excessive. I mean,
yeah, but he probably chased him down the street.
No, it's probably also in civil and not in...
I'm not sure, but I did notice. Yeah, so don't shoot him 10
Jeff
times.
and Paul and myself were talking about this last night, of all things. Someone actually were breaking into your house. You got the window open. They're coming into your house. You have
there's a castle law.
Until they are actually...
No. You can shoot the person the moment they open that window.
Okay.
But they have to be in the house.
They have to be in the house.
Be in the house. You can't
Yeah, if you're smart, you let them get in the house.
Officer,
Then you shoot them.
and you can't shoot them in the back.
Right, can't shoot them in the back.
Even if they're in your house?
You cannot shoot them in the back. They're leaving.
Well, what if he's got your wife by their throat and he's got his back
How much
to
do
you?
you love your wife?
Yeah, there's a lot of other questions.
It was an accident.
That's all you're taking? Here, take a couple of kids too.
When is she filing? That's what I want to know.
Now, why couldn't you shoot him in the back if they did have your wife? I mean,
You can't shoot somebody in the back. They're leaving.
no, they were.
Well,
holding
no,
your
I
wife.
think if they're
If they have a hostage or something.
if they're assaulting your wife.
Yes, but you
What about on the
can't.
second
Right.
story?
What I'm talking about is that if they're in your house, they've robbed you, they're leaving with money, you cannot shoot them in the back. You will be prosecuted for shooting them in the back.
What about in the leg?
Back of the leg or front?
If they're leaving, you cannot shoot them. They're leaving. That's excessive force. I'm not saying I agree with this.
Right.
My thing would be I'd shoot them in the head, and but you can't do that. It's excessive. Part of it.
No, get him to turn around.
I was aiming at his stomach and I hit him in the head. I'm not very good at that.
As long as you don't hit him in the back.
I've
of
never
the head.
shot a gun before.
Yeah.
Here,
Right between the
ricochet.
eyes.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing you guys all have to realize, and I mean this seriously. You got to leave your emotions out of this stuff. You get in a situation, Kerwin's agreeing with me. If you get in a situation and you have a gun and you're going to shoot somebody, leave your damn emotions out of it, because you can end up in jail for the rest of your damn life, even if you're right. So you got to leave your emotions out, and you got to look at what's going on, and you have to know enough, otherwise you shouldn't be using that gun, how you stay out of trouble. When they were kidding earlier about 2 minutes ago about saying, officer, my life was threatened, that's not a joke. You have to say, you start rattling off all this stuff that can be used against you. Even if you're right, it can be used against you. You want to minimize your possibility of spending your time in jail because some idiot broke into your house and is trying to hurt you or rob you. Think about it that way.
Less is always more.
That's
in
right.
that situation.
That's right.
Say
Paul
less.
knows.
Say, yeah. Watch yourself. Don't try and explain what happened.
Be careful what you write in a statement too.
Wait for your
I'm a
attorney.
lawyer. That's all you gotta say.
Tell them you'd be happy to write a statement when you see your attorney.
Yep.
That's fine. Don't shoot anybody in the back.
I believe, and I'm not an attorney, you can help, but you can say, you can say that, but if you start speaking again, that's all admissible again.
Yeah, it is.
So if you
Anything's
invoke your
admissible.
right for an attorney, from what I understand.
Silence is actually, unfortunately, well, it is golden, but unfortunately, silence is very uncomfortable.
Yep, oh yeah.
It is very uncomfortable, and the cops are comfortable with that silence. So all they have to do is sit there and look at you, and 90 people out of 100
Bill's a retired attorney.
So, you know, you have to be able to just say, you know, I'm not going to say anything until I talk to my attorney. Period. And then you have to be able to look at him for the next 10 minutes and not say a word.
Or more. Because your attorney might not come for 3 hours.
Right. You know, you have to.
So there's some downsides of all this stuff, so be very, very careful. And if you're foolish enough to use a knife, oh my God. Because, you know what? For whatever reasons, juries do not look favorably, and it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, they do not look favorably on people that use knives. That is thought of as being criminal. Right or wrong, I'm telling you, a jury will look at that as you being probably not a nice person if you carry a knife around. Because why? Why do nice people carry knives? I know that sounds stupid, but it's also true.
So it's worse than guns.
Actually, a knife is worse than a gun. Yeah. Because in Ohio, you can carry a gun, and that's considered okay. There's no law in Ohio that allows you to carry a knife.
Okay, how about this, if I may? The guy breaks into your house. He's threatening your family.
Sure.
He has a knife.
Sure.
You reach and you grab your knife and you defend yourself and you slice him up. And you get his knife. You subdue him. You call the cops.
Yeah.
Oh, Your Honor.
You know what'll probably happen?
What would happen?
You'll win in criminal court.
You'll lose in civil.
That's right. Lose in civil court. That's it. There's 2 courts.
But I grabbed the knife, Your Honor, because
what I'm telling you, Greg, is that you'll win in criminal. And you'll lose probably in civil. Because when they take you on the stand, they're going to say, Greg, how many years of martial arts training do you have? And Greg says, well, 20.
And then someone like me finds out that because you're on the internet bragging on a website or something that you know.
Facebook. And they'll say, have you had any knife training? And if you're stupid enough to say no, then they'll nail you on that too later on. And then what happens is the attorney, the defense attorney, will say, well, this man is an expert at defending himself. You didn't have to slice him up and make him lose an arm or
just disarm him.
That's right.
That's
what'll happen. I'll tell you.
My shooting classes basically said if you're going to reach for that gun, you better have an extra $100,000 in the bank to defend yourself. That was you'll win in criminal, but that's what it'll cost you to get out of the civil, even if you're right.
Look at OJ.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So.
What's that name?
And if that doesn't wake you up,
That's what's going to happen to that.
That chick with the ears.
Girl.
What's her name?
Anthony.
Casey
Anthony.
Casey Anthony.
She's going to lose in civil court.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have to prove it. I'm sure she was guilty, but that's that's not the point, though. Unfortunately,
the burden of proof is different in civil court than criminal.
Yeah, it is, but I don't think they have enough even in civil court. From what I know. I've played with this for years.
Yeah, I mean, we're both going to be done if we pull these out of our car.
Okay. We're here, all right? Now, basically,
we're trying to defend each other.
Right. Our style is we go to the hands.
Right.
Okay? He goes to my head. All I have to do is close. All right? All this other nonsense, I'm sorry, all this other stuff you see, like this nonsense, who would do it? Right. The people do it. So, he and I are fighting, okay? You see? You can play. See how? All right, now, if he goes to my head, bam, bam, all right? If I don't have a stick, I just rush him. The stick actually gets in your way.
Unless I'm
creating some
distance. Yeah.
What he has to do.
What I have to do is...
Well, what we've learned over the years is that he has to stay out of...
Right.
That's what he has to do.
Yeah, just keep...
You need to get within his arc, right?
You got to get inside this elbow. The power on the stick is here.
It's very limited.
But if you catch it here, there's no power on the stick. You know what I'm saying? You got to catch it before I crack that wrist.
And even if he cracks the wrist, you can take... You can take a lot of stuff. But you use a stick,
this is a thin
you can't
one,
rush him.
Yeah.
It's the same silly thing with the knife. You can't rush, because the moment you rush, you're going to get hit. The other thing we found is that the only way the sticks are effective is what you're seeing. They're side strikes. You see how he's doing this, or I do this, that's it. All that other fancy nonsense doesn't work. If you're doing this, you can do this so fast that he can't do anything except respond or move. That's it. If he does anything else fancy, okay? That's why. Now, I was kidding about that, but you have that little baseball bat. I'll tell you what, the advantage, these are too big. Get out that little baseball bat. This is really a good weapon. The reason why, I really can't charge in. You know why? All he has to do is move.
It's a short stroke.
Yeah.
Yes.
You gotta
It's a
get within
short
his arm.
stroke.
Now you gotta be right on top of him.
See how short that is?
Yeah.
Compare that
28 inches.
to this.
Yeah.
Hold on. See this I can rush. I can't rush this because his short stroke is so powerful. You can't do a short stroke.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
And this is perfect actually. It's perfect because you can really hurt somebody with this. And it's easy to use. It's easy to use because no matter what I do, he can get that short strike in.
Right.
It's like a knife. The reason a knife is effective is that each move you do, it can hurt. This, the same thing. I can't really rush this. I don't really want to rush it because, and he knows what to do. If I rush, he just steps back and hits me. You can't do that with a stick. Make sense?
The power in that stick is at the tip. So
Power,
It's right there.
yeah.
Power is when I crack.
Right.
Now I'm not moving. I'm not doing this with my shoulder and my hand. I'm moving from with the knees coming forward. I'm moving. There's the power. Boom. It's
The power
like
on
I'm
the stick is
chopping
here.
wood.
It's,
you know
yeah,
what I'm
it's,
saying?
it's
Like
more
I
the
gotta
tip,
have a
so that's where
axe in my
it's
hand.
easier for you to get with
Yeah.
past the power of that
Right.
because it's farther out than
That,
Now it's
I'm
a
right
shorter.
there.
Yeah.
Right. No matter what happens, he has power.
Yeah.
Plus, he doesn't have to wind up. He doesn't have to
Right.
move very much. Does that make sense?
Yep.
God, I'm destroying all your myths about martial arts. I'm sorry. You know, it's kind of interesting when you start looking at reality. This is what you learned, what I've learned. 'Cause I learned all this other stuff. I even had a teacher teach me wrong because he couldn't teach Americans. I was being taught Eskrima. I can't believe he did this, but he was showing us this. He said, "This is the way you fight." I never saw it. Yeah, honest to God. And he could do it. He could do it. It never made sense to me, ever. But I thought, I don't know. This was back in 1970. You know who this was? It was Nick, Tony, the guy who's the big Filipino guy.
Tony Marcel?
I knew him way back in
No
1970.
kidding, I didn't know he was around that long.
Oh, yeah. He was teaching us this in his garage. And I thought, this is the stupidest thing I ever learned. It doesn't work. I thought, but it must work because he's teaching it.
He's a guru.
Well, later found out he was teaching us the wrong thing because his instructor didn't want him to teach. So, it's like, and I never used it. I thought it was just stupid. Well, there's no power to it. Yeah, I could feel. Yeah. He always made it look good. Anyways, the point is that even the stuff they teach you, this stuff, it looks great, but it doesn't work. If I start doing something, it doesn't work. No matter how quick you are, you can. Does it make sense? The other difficulty is this thing really doesn't have much power. It really doesn't. To really get power out of this thing, you got to really snap it, and the power's only here. So if he goes anywhere underneath this, like that, there's no power. It's hard to use. You can't use it close in. And this stuff, that doesn't. You nail somebody in the eye, maybe. That doesn't. Okay, what else can I destroy?
This is nice, I know. And it's not a concealed weapon. What James gave for the Louisville Slugger.
It's perfect for a car jack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they gave us 3 years ago. You got that. It's still in your car. I forgot it.
I don't clean my car out very often. Huh?
Roll
Got
under
a
the
French
seat.
fry from 2 years ago in there, and a cheeseburger wrapper from a year ago.
All right, tomorrow we're going to work on the 29 points. I have those. We're going to go through the whole day and spend the day on it. We'll start. What time do you guys want to start? 9 o'clock?
Yeah, early.
Sometimes breakfast.
Yeah, what do you bring
There's some
that in,
granola
Paul?
bars there.
We're moving around. Look at us. We're moving around. We're circling. We're mirroring each other. First of all,
Okay.
now, if I'm dumb enough to stand there and not mirror him, then he gets the angle on me.
Yes.
But I'm mirroring him. He's mirroring me, and we're moving around. We may change. I may change my stance here. You know what I'm saying? But we're moving around. Constant motion.
We don't
The moment you freeze, you're done.
So just because one person changes his stance doesn't it mean the other person
No.
mirrors it, does it? Because that's a pattern that the person could pick up on.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
like this, or switch
Yeah,
that way?
I worked with them long enough, though, and I can't get in silence. I just
Yeah.
do something different.
Okay. I'm gonna answer that question.
But you know what? I'm here.
Is that true though? I mean, you don't. Do
Well-
you want to mirror?
Well, let's say I'm here and ass foot's
The
forward.
reason why you mirror
Yeah.
Yeah,
is that you can't get to the person.
yeah.
Yeah.
If I, we don't attack that much, but for the sake of exercise and all that stuff, when we're moving around, as he mirrors me, if I attack, see what happens?
Yeah, yeah.
So we both know that. So when you mirror the person, you basically know where they are.
Yeah.
Okay? If I change my stance, see, he'll probably
Change it.
No, if I don't change it, I don't change it. Nothing
Yeah.
changes. It's
No,
just the
Yeah.
end.
it's just the
That's
answer.
why I'm saying you don't need to change your stance. You don't have to
If he,
mirror
had
change.
knife,
it.
if he
Yeah.
has a knife in his hand, if he has a knife and I don't have a knife, let's say, where's the knife? And it goes back to that, he's going to have a weak side. So let's say he's got a knife in his hand and he's going to, I'll put this foot forward because I know this is my safe, this is me safe.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't go this way.
But if I go here on him, we played around with this. I'm kind of stuck. I don't have a safe way to go. This is safe. Look what I have to do. I have to cross my feet. But this is easy. I just got to get here. That's me just doing this much. That's easy.
Yeah.
But if my feet are the other way, see, I have to fight him now. I have to fight. I can't get to his weak spot. So that's when you change your feet.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if we were fighting empty hand, you know, if we're here, okay. Let's say I change my feet on Joe. It doesn't really change anything. I mean, he stays the same foot. It doesn't really change anything. This is still my weak side. And this makes it easier for him now. So.
Once you know your angles, and what he told you before about the compass stuff is really valuable.
Yeah, because
Once you know your angles, it kind of doesn't even matter.
picture the compass now.
Because there's only, I can't go across him. He's
Yeah.
not going to go across me. My way of moving is this way only. If he switches his feet, I can only move that way.
Yeah.
That's it. So it doesn't. It's not really a factor. The only other factor it would be is that if he's this way, I theoretically should worry about kicks from that side.
I got this.
He has that.
But
If he's the other way,
this is so
that's
weak.
so long.
That's so weak.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
easy to see.
Yeah.
But if he's the other way, and we're moving, you have to be aware of that kick. That's the only thing that changes. Make sense?
Yeah.
What about a front, like
No, it's
power.
too weak. A front kick. If I'm
Like
front
to
kicking
the
him,
knee?
this is so weak.
Yeah.
oh, like a side kick to the knee, or
Watch, if I side kick, and look how long that takes.
Yeah.
You know.
And anything off your front like would be weak with no power.
Well, yeah, because I have to go to a back stance.
Yeah.
and throw it.
Unless you go into a back stance.
Yeah, and then once I go to back stance, all he has
It
to do
takes
is rush
time
me.
and it's a weak.
He's got to rush me, and I'm already, yeah, we stay here. So our kicks are here. If I tie up with Joe, watch, and we're tied up, I would come here, look, break the foot, come there. All of our kicks are below the knee. Here,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Once I pick this leg up here, I lose power. But if I stay here, look, I stay there, look how much power that is. So and if you got pants on or jeans on, all of our kicks are low. Break the instep, break the ankle, break the tibia.
Part of the reason all that's happened is that the ineffectiveness in the UFC, it really, kicks don't work that well. They work occasionally, but not that well. And the kicks that you see that don't happen very often, where the guy gets kicked to the head, even if he's wearing something like that, it's going to be very hard for somebody to kick you in the head. And if you're wearing this, they're not going to kick you in the head. Unless they're kicking jeans by Chuck Norris, which they used to have
They
those.
used to have those 20 years
They
ago.
did.
I forgot
I had
what
a
they're
pair.
called.
I had a pair. The kicks don't really work all that much.
Too telegraphing.
Too
Yeah,
long.
They're too long.
Yeah. I mean,
Especially
like I said,
if
if the only kicks, if we tie up and we're in here,
Yeah,
yeah,
see,
you
then you
make,
can-
boom, look, this is, and that's just to get his hands up. Let's say we're fighting and I get not to get distracted, then pop. You know what I'm saying? But that's it.
So from that position, that grappling position, you can use his body as support for yourself too, right?
Yeah,
While you're on
if
that
I'm
one
dumb
leg.
enough to balance off them. I mean, in the old days, you'd be balancing off them like this, yeah, but if you stay here, I don't have to balance off them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm balanced right
Okay.
now. And
The other part
now
that
I may
happens-
have to grab and pull, but I don't know if
There's another aspect
Yeah.
of this too. If he's fighting me and he grabs me,
yeah, see,
I'm moving
yeah,
so
right.
much.
See, I just watch. He does that. Watch. I'm just gonna relax with it and get out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna. If I stay there and respond to it, see, I'm dead. But if he throws that elbow and I'm able to relax out of it, see, I'm out. I didn't give any feedback. At least I can buy some distance.
If he's a grappler and he ties up with me tight like that, all right, you just relax and you can nail him. Because they can't, they're not going to be able to respond.
I'm here, and all my weight's going this direction in the weak angle now. Remember, there's always two weak angles. He's already at my weak angle. Yeah.
So he's
Unless he stays like this in front of me, where we're both strong. As long as he's 45 here, he's at my weak angle. He doesn't have to really do much. Yeah, so. Yeah.
Just want some water or something?
Oh, I got nothing.
Stay hydrated.
Nice tea. We'll go to South Bass Island, go to the bar, Beer Barrel Saloon, and get a cold drink.
There you go. You can catch a ferry over there from here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you can.
It's only a couple bucks, $3.
Was that the party island?
That's the party
Did you hear him? Did you hear it last week? No? It's been a while since I've been up here.
Can you hear it from here?
Sometimes. I didn't last
Sometimes.
night.
I've never been
Guys,
on
did anyone hear anything last night?
I've never been on Middle Bass before.
I didn't hear anything.
I heard. Well, you mean
The party.
Putting Bay partying down there?
a little bit? I did. A little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to have a boat there. They got the ferry, Mamania thing open yet? or-
No, it's still
Oh,
under
shame.
under
Oh, it's kinda nice.
refurb.
It's nice.
It was so faint it wasn't really distracting, but I did hear some.
It's nice.
Is it solid?
It's solid enough that you'd hurt somebody.
Oh yeah, it's solid. Still solid.
I got a real nice, it's a billy club. Like, it's a billy club. You know,
Right.
that's a baseball bat.
Yeah.
You know,
I
it's
wonder-
nice. It's
I wonder if
versatile.
you can buy these. If you
Yeah,
go to
yeah. Yeah, you just go to any Indian's team
the-
shop.
At the Indian team shop.
I got it for a free at a game one time.
Where you drink that? Can I have
What's in the glass? Yeah, you got some? Where's the glass?
I don't know. I'll find.
Joe, I also have those things that you put in water, the iced tea.
Oh, do you?
Thing. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
box
I'll tell you
up in
what.
there.
Those are nice. Here, pass it around.
Do some damage.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Does anyone want water? Go get something to drink.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Whew, I can't wait to work with those straps.
Yeah, those are really.
I'm really looking forward to getting these knees in shape a little bit.
you can have mine.
Maybe
Oh,
get
you
some
can
scar
have the
tissue
shape of
broken.
mine.
Yeah.
Get my back in shape, yeah.
So is that one usually that much more swollen, or is it because of it's today?
No, oh yeah, it's because it's today, and well, it's not healing correctly, so kind of sucks.
Yeah, because I had mine 2.5 weeks after you.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Now you do healing, are you here?
Yeah, I am a healer.
Yeah. Any suggestions for gimpy knees?
Yeah, make an appointment.
There you go. That's it.
No, maybe tonight I could work on your knees a little bit. But I'm almost thinking that with your knee, I've got a electrical stimulation machine with me. So
I'm willing to try anything.
you might want to slap it on.
Yep.
For an hour or so.
I can't eat a peach raw like that. I get like hives all over my mouth if I eat a
bad.
peach raw. I gotta microwave it, nuke it, and kill whatever's in the juices, and then I can eat it. Yeah, have you ever had that electric stimulation stuff, Kerwin? What are you looking at?
Oh, I thought it was an animal underneath there. It's some sort of tarp or something hanging down, blowing in the wind.
Oh.
It looked like a dog or something moving underneath there. I'm like, hey, I don't want to be sleeping out here with him tonight.
It does kind of actually, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Freaked me right out. I was like, oh.
I probably should set 10% my 10 up later. Yeah. I had that electric stimulation. I had some carpal tunnel because of ergonomic issues at work. I finally bought some gel wrist pads and a gel mouse thing at work, and that made a huge difference. But I had to go in and get electric stimulation on my, because it was a nerve, you know, their nerves really, they're all inflamed and irritated. So I got shocked on my hands for a while. They did help. And now I don't have any trouble.
Treatment, huh?
Yeah, they were kind of electric shock treatments, right? It's sort of what it feels like. They're just nice gentle shocks, and eventually, you know, with enough of them, it just gets numb.
Yeah.
And then they ice it up real well, and that makes it even number. So you're good for a while, and then the pain comes back. But yeah, I got over that, thankfully. Fixed my ergonomic problems at work.
As fortunate, as much time as I spend on a computer, I don't get problems.
Yeah, I spent a ton of time on the computer, so it made a big
Constantly
difference.
at my desk.
I got a nice Aeron chair, and I got gel pads for the keyboard and a gel pad for the mouse, and that makes a huge difference.
They're going to be taking them. Oh, nice.
Yeah, they are.
I got the website, so I'll have to. That's something I'd like to do. My back is always. It's tough to stretch, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my back is always tough too.
And that's a simple way, and it's I could feel it the minute I got up from it. It was like, oh, okay. So, this is what I've been wanting to buy for us. It's just they're like $400 or $500, but it's a nice way to go.
Well, he said he'd give us the video, right?
Yeah.
That'll be nice.
Well, what's nice is, see, they take an SD card, so he gets a 32 gig SD card, and it lasts about 6 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, this super tiny little package. The battery lasts all day because it doesn't have any motor drives or anything. Like, I still have the old tape model, and so.
I never had good luck, although digital's different.
Yeah.
But boy, cameras, they'd go 2 or 3 years, and all of a sudden,
they quit working.
The timing was off.
Yeah.
And god damn.
Well, that's what's nice with these. There's no moving parts, and that's why I'd never.
We stopped buying digital.
Yeah.
I mean, we stopped buying video cameras.
Yeah.
Now that they've gone digital.
Yeah.
When the kids were younger, trying to take pictures and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Every few years, I can buy another camera. You know, we kept buying cameras and cameras. It's
Right.
like, oh man, they'd kill me.
Well, we went through a bunch of them just because I'd get the kids a camera and then they'd break them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean,
Oh, no,
we
don't
must
do
have
that.
bought 10 of them by now. It's like, good grief. Christmas present.
Actually, I'm not sure they make them anymore. But Jeff, when he got that flip camera a few years ago, that was great.
They actually just went out of business. They
Yeah.
got bought out. Yeah.
Really?
So
Yeah.
they.
Stop making them.
They're still around, but yeah, they're stopping to stop making them.
Because those are kind of cool, inexpensive cameras.
Yeah, they got a Sony Bloggy now that does the same thing, same kind of concept. So they got a lot of people in that market, and I think that's what started to hurt them. Is they.
Okay, so they bought out the competition and killed it.
Yeah. So it's. But for college kids, it's actually a really nice little thing. But
that's what he bought it.
That's the problem with these. You can get a non-HD now for like $250.
Mm-hmm.
The HDs are the ones that cost you $450 or so. But you know, it's like at $250, a Bloggy was $100. It's kind of like this lets you record all day. It's not much bigger, and kids started to buy these now because you can. You know, you get a used one on eBay for $150, $175. So
Technology just keeps moving on.
well, the digital, I read an interesting article, and they said, you know, by X period, you know, everyone's face will be digitalized in the United States, one way or another, and it's like. I mean, look at Kodak. Oh my God, talk about a company with their pants down. They had no idea that. I mean, let's face it, in 5 years, their entire business almost went completely gone.
Yeah,
So,
film. The movie industry, are they going all digital now?
yeah, they're pretty much
pretty much all digital.
You know, the problem with digital, and I like it, but it just doesn't quite have the dynamic range of film still. I mean, it's still not there. Even with HD, it's just still not there for widescreen movies in theaters.
Yeah.
You really can't beat that experience with an old film. I don't know. That's my opinion.
A lot of expensive watercraft floating around in that water from time to time. It's like, oh my gosh, this is his dock. I don't know if you heard him say that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that makes the property worth a lot because there's no place to dock too many airboats.
That's all property.
Yeah, it would be great to have your own boat
I
here.
was wondering if it was that house over there, you know?
Yeah, well, that's, chances are he probably
owns those two and leases them out.
Who knows? They're just,
he probably owns.
That's what I'm wondering, if he owns over to the brush over there or something.
Well, you know, on the MapQuest, this is a really interesting shaped property, and the boat dock is.
Oh, see, I didn't have the address of this place. So
No, I just Googled the guy's name and Mental Bass, and it popped up this address on Fox, and
Nice.
Nice, I'm sure he appreciates
I like
that.
that security.
Well, if I didn't have his name, I wouldn't have been able to find it, but Paul said his name, so I was able to find it. I wanted to see if I could camp.
Gathered here today. Oh, it is Sunday, isn't it? Bill, don't take offense. Seriously. You know, it's funny. When I went to Colorado, I met some great people. William Torres was one, and I was invited the second weekend I was up there to join this class of only probably about 10 of us. And we met Sunday mornings. It was so funny because some of the people were older. I'll never forget this ever. We'd get there at 8 o'clock. And we would not start until 10 o'clock because people would want to drink coffee, they'd want to talk. You loosen up. It used to drive me nuts. It's like, come on, let's work out. And we'd work out for 2 hours, but we'd spend 4 hours. It's just funny. So I've noticed that as people get older, it's harder to get people moving. Anyways, okay, these basically are your Bible for martial arts, for the internal stuff. This covers, if you can do all these principles perfectly, you can be a master. So that's all you have to do is these 29 perfectly all the time, whenever you do anything you do. And I'm not kidding about that, that's true, unfortunately. But what I've done, the only genius here is that I've compiled these from a lot of sources, put them into a usable form, and then I try to teach them. Obviously unsuccessfully, but we try to go on with this anyways. But these really are, these principles, and I'm going to show you how to do this, are both mental and physical principles. Everything here is how you should be mentally and physically all the time. These are the heart of Tai Chi, Pakwa, Xingyi, of Yu Chen. This is everything you need to know. And the difficulty is that most of them are very hard to do. Some are, but some aren't. Let me go through them very quickly so I can tell you the obvious things, then we'll get to the subtle things. And if you have any questions on the way, please ask. Let's go to number 3. Spine straight. You can't keep your spine straight. It's physically impossible. If you know anything about anatomy, the spine's not straight. What that means, and that's why it says back straight, is that when you move, you can't bend yourself. You can't, when you're moving Tai Chi, you're like this. Even in Bakwa, where you're like this, the back is straight. Your back is always straight. When you fight, if Paul and I are fighting, and I'm like this here, okay, now not only am I vulnerable, but I can't move. I can't move well. If I'm like this, all right, you see how that works? I'm here. I'm here. See how it is? Let's see how my back is. Does that make sense? That's really important because people invariably, they do something strange with their back, whatever it is. If Paul said that's, I was just getting, you know, it's funny. You must have been thinking about what he's going to do. If I'm here and he attacks me, I do this, I am screwed in so many ways. But people will do that. I mean, that's a normal thing to do. You notice when boxers fight, if I'm fighting Paul, it's fun. See how this is? See how my back is? Okay? It's always straight. Make sense? Okay. Okay. We're going to go through these. I'm just... No leaning. Look at number 7. If you're moving, you don't want to be doing that. 1, you're wasting your energy. 2, it doesn't produce anything except having people being able to hit you. If Paul and I are here, and I'm a boxer, and I'm bobbing and weaving, that's not doing this, okay? You want to be, the reason why you want your head not to go up and down, it doesn't matter if you come up, that's fine. But your knees control your height. You don't want anything else except the knees controlling your height. I know that sounds obvious, but when I watch people do Bakwa or Tai Chi, people go, you don't want to do that. So the principle is that the head always stays level, always, as much as it can. And that makes your knees, that forces you to be in the right position. Now I know everyone fights me about the right position because everyone wants to be this way. But if you have your knees correct, your head won't move. Does that make sense? We're going to go through these in more depth. That's just to give you the beginning of it. All right. Let's start with some of the easier ones, and we'll get to the harder ones. Let's work with body moves together but separately, number 6 to start. If you... And unfortunately, you guys are going to have to do this too. You know, let's do an exercise first together, and then we'll do it separately. Let's do it all together so you get the principle down. I want you to have the working principles of this stuff, so you all need rocks. You know what? See, the water bottles were a good idea. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take that ward off, heel press push, and you're going to do it correctly. Well, you're going to attempt to do it correctly. What I mean by that is that you're looking at not tension today, but watch how I do this. To see this properly, you have to look at every part of my body. And what I mean by that, start at my feet and watch my ankles and up to here and here for a minute. Just watch my lower body. You notice even when I'm back, it continues to move. Watch. See here? See how it's continually moving? All the parts continually move. Does it make sense? Watch the upper body. Now you see how everything comes together? I'm making this move up by foot so I can show you the sequence here. Alright? See how everything, that's continual movement. Does that make sense? Okay, the reason this is so hard to do is that you have to feel everything, and I'm not sure everyone does. So as you start moving, you move from the ground, but as you move, you engage all of you. Usually what people do is this, and they think they're moving the arms. They get here and they think they're moving the arms because the arms are moving. The arms aren't moving, the body's moving. The arms, you see the difference? If I'm here doing this, that's not right. The arms have to move independently. The way you see that, I was actually going to do a class on seeing today, but I'm not going to do that. The way you see that is look at the structure of my body when I do this. And I hope that doesn't look correct, but it might. But look at the structure of my body. You see where my arm, you see where my arms are in relationship to my shoulders when I do this, as opposed to this? Yes, no? Okay. I'm not sure that's always true, but it's fine. Good, okay.
It's a problem. You can't do it wrong. You can't show us the bad way.
I have a hard time doing it wrong. So, what I want us all to do is you're going to start in a back stance. You're going to have your arms here. And I want you to start to move everything. This is ward off. This is healed. And you know what? I want you to focus just on your lower body. I want you to focus on your ankles, your knees, and your hips. And start your movement off from the back. You see how my knees, see how this all moves? All right? But it comes from the hips. I'm sorry, it comes from the ground, but it all moves in sync. And that's where you start getting continuous motion, because the more you start feeling how everything moves, that's continuous. Does that make sense? It also means that everything in you has to move independently of everything else to get together. Does that make sense? You have to move independently and get together. And you know, Bill, do you have any, I want you to comment on anything I'm talking about this.
Oh, I'm just looking at people's ankles, trying to figure out.
Bill has a good way of explaining things, and I have to tell you, it's usually a little better than mine. The difficulty some of you are having is you're losing your balance. When you're moving, this is why all this is so damn difficult. When you move, do you notice where my balance is right now? It's all here. Now watch. Just watch lower body. As I shift my weight, see how my balance is shifting? All my balance is here. Okay? I have no balance here. As I shift, I'm only not on one leg for a moment. Literally, see where I'm on one leg right now? And all my weight's here. When I move back, my balance is here. As I move forward, my balance is here. Does it make sense? The reason why some of you are having difficulty with the movement and you can't do it continuously, when your knees aren't bent enough, and two, you're not shifting your weight completely to one side, and when you go back to the other side. Taiji and Bakwa are in transition. What that means is that your movements, once you start them, you never actually are off balance. You're actually in balance even when you're in transition, because what you're doing is you're correctly moving almost immediately to the next position. Does it make sense? See, when I move, I'm back on balance. When I move forward, I'm back on balance. I'm never really off balance. You guys got to bend your knees more, and you don't want to lean back. I know I haven't gone through all 29 principles, but you can't lean. In other words, like when I was saying about the head not moving, that's what you guys are doing. You're too high, and so when you move, your head goes up and down. You want to control it by staying at the right height with the legs.
Sifu, your weight goes 100%?
100%.
From back to
Back
the
to
front.
front, yes.
The only time
So-
you're not is when you transition.
Yeah, the only time, and even here, look, you see how quickly I
Yeah.
get? See, this is why I can move like I move, because of these principles. That's what I'm trying to teach today. I know it's difficult. Well, here's the first problem. You guys all have to be lower. I mean, a lot lower. And that's hard on the legs. That's why I'm not gonna-
People have to be lower, and nobody's ankles are moving correctly.
Ah, you damn ankles. Yeah, that's probably true. That's hard. Well, the
So they
reason why
roll? Your ankles roll?
you have to move. When you move, when you move like this, the ankles move. I'm not undressing for you guys. If we're all 20 years old and female, maybe. Nope. Okay. You see where my ankles are? Watch. You see how?
Oh, wow.
You see how this is? You see how you move from here? You literally move from your feet. That's a good observation. And these have to move. And you may have some difficulty with that because if you haven't been doing these type of things, you can't move those because those tendons are too
Oh,
tight.
yeah.
You know how the bagua feels, how awkward it feels? That's why. And you know how you guys have that difficulty of keeping this back foot down, it always comes up? That's why. So,
Flexibility.
I'm not going to try to correct that today, but I'm going to give you the principles so you know what to work on and you know what to look for. Does that make sense?
Well, we saw that band exercise yesterday.
Yes.
The ankle flexibility, right?
That was I'm glad he demonstrated that because you saw how much movement he had. And that's what's lacking with a lot of us, that you need to be able to move literally from your feet, which means your ankles. Does that make sense? So along this line, the physiological parts that we're having difficulty with is you have to be low, you have to be able to move the joints correctly. That's why I stay with the upper body at start, lower body. And you have to stay at a certain height and you have to transition your weight so when you're going where you're going, you're 100% open.
You wanted the ball to your feet the whole time?
I sometimes end up on the ball of my feet because I'm trying to practice this. Traditionally in Tai Chi, your foot would be flat.
Yeah, Tai Chi, the foot's flat, but it's okay if you end up on the ball of the foot. I do the form like this at times, because that's a different way of doing it. But the point is you still have to get your ankles moving. See, your ankles are barely moving.
Yeah, that's
And that's part of the difficulty. And we're not
yeah,
doing this.
I'm going to tell you right. Okay, come forward, right there. Your ankle has to be that. Can you feel the difference?
Mm-hmm.
So you got to really work
So
on.
just by doing this exercise, will that stretch these ankles out? Or do you have to do
Yes.
things to stretch them out to be able to
Well-
do it correctly. The other part is the band thing that Reno showed you.
Oh, that's right.
When he was seated,
Yeah.
and he showed you that.
Gas pedal.
All that, yeah, the
Right.
gas pedal. That would really help. I got to tell you, I'm going to be asking you guys to do some of that stuff because it does help. The only way I know how to do this is by doing it correctly, but what Bill's saying and what Paul just asked is actually an additional good thing. The bands, I would definitely do the band stuff. But by doing this correctly, after a point you break through, because I didn't use the bands, and this is what I learned over the years. But I don't want you spending 30 years learning how to do this stupid stuff. I'm only going to emphasize this 100 times today. You've got to get lower.
Do you recommend also sometimes that alternating, switching from both things?
Yeah, I would definitely suggest that, sure, because it's a different movement. All right, let's work on continuous motion of the upper body. This is not continuous motion because you're not moving. Do you see what I'm doing? Yes, no?
You're just
Right, the body's turning. Okay. Continuous motion. When they talk about, in Tai Chi, when they talk about, this is what makes Tai Chi so difficult. When they talk about moving correctly in Tai Chi, you're moving all this motion independently, together. See how much motion is here?
Taiji is a really good way to see that. It's harder to see about that. So when you're moving, my shoulders, actually you should move from your back, but you're moving all of this motion. These hands aren't moving together. Even if I do this correctly here, I'm not moving this hand. This hand also moves. All right? The difficulty is everybody thinks they're doing it correctly because when they look in the mirror they say, well, I'm moving, everything's moving. No. You have to move everything independently and yet together. This is what makes the internal stuff so difficult. If I'm working with Paul and he attacks me, okay, you see how, I would never do this, but watch. You see how everything, do you see how everything just flows? Well, it flows because even though I'm doing something I would never do normally, which is do this head on, I flow with it. So when he is that somebody inside your house?
I think it's called his nose.
Yeah, it certainly sounded like it.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
When Paul comes to me, do you see how everything just, all right? Most people, when they do this type of motion, do this. You're not flowing. You're breaking it up. Now, I'm not saying that won't work, but you want to flow with it. That's why if you